All right, all staff to the positions, all staff. This is what we've been waiting for. It is points race number 1. That's right. 60th anniversary here, SIR. Wow. Incredible. I was talking to my friend Rich Bedford a little bit earlier, and I'll tell you what, folks. Yeah, there's only 100 available. Don't worry. We are printing a lot more, but what a wonderful job, Mr. Bedford, capturing our 60 years of drag racing here with the calendar, and I love it. It's not just one car featured every month. It's a bunch of different vehicles, and I'll tell you, it went from the past to the present. Rich Bedford, once again, thank you for all you do out here promoting our track and with your pictures and stuff. Thank you so much for doing this. They are available in the souvenir booth, and yes, we will print more up. Absolutely, but boy, oh boy, we've got a lot of history here. And I say, Rich, you captured most of it, and Rich said he wanted to apologize in advance. He did miss a few people, but I'll tell you what, guys, for what he did and what he's accomplished, thank you so much, Rich. Thank you for doing that. So once again, guys, step to the positions. All right, pro, the words we've been waiting for all summer. Points race number 1. Let's go. 5 and 6 are open. Pro, let's go. All right, second call, pro. Stage and lanes are open, 5 and 6, pro. Hey, good to see everyone back here. A lot of familiar faces and some not familiar. Harlan, I love that Comet, buddy. Very nice car. Right on. I don't think I've ever seen a Comet that model or year, so I always get a little anxious with that. I love it. So once again, welcome back. That's right, points race number 1, 60th anniversary of SIR. Pro, let's go. 5 and 6 are open. Pro, let's go. Once again, racers and crews, sorry, I tried to do a little bit of a tour in the morning, but I just had hip surgery about 3 weeks ago, so I'm kind of here, but it's going to be a bit of a trying day there. So I didn't mean to snub you or anything. I did say hello to a few people. I definitely wanted to say hello to a lot more. But hey, I'll be back not next race weekend, but the weekend after that, and we should be 100% by then. So, well, maybe 75%. You never know. But for those that don't know, yeah, I did get 2 hips replaced this year. First one was end of January, and then this last one just the end of April. And there is a light at the end of the tunnel. We are going to be okay. I can feel it every day, and boy, I like to heal in this kind of weather. The first time in January, February, a little bit too much ice and snow, but One day at a time, we got through it. All right, Tech is on his way there, Trevor. All right, once again, Pro, let's go. Stage and lanes 5 and 6 are open. Let's go. First time trial of the day. I'd like to welcome back our staff. Yes, you guys, thank you so much. We've got a lot of familiar faces back. And we couldn't do it without you guys, so thank you so much. Definitely want to put the word out there. Gimli looks like it's going to be, what is it, Motion Raceway? Performance, Motion Performance Raceway. So Gimli is going to be reopening with a different operator, and we do wish you guys all the best. We did have some issues in our 60 years. Edmonton lost their track at one time and made Saskatchewan their home track there for a while. Calgary's down. Yeah, 60 years of drag racing here at SIR. We are the oldest track here in Western Canada. And you know what? We couldn't do it without you guys. That's right, SIR, truly Saskatchewan International Raceway. We could not do it with all our racers from all parts of our province, as well our friends from Alberta and Manitoba. You guys can come to our sandbox anytime. We love it when you guys race. All right, stage and lanes are just about there. Once again, Pro, let's go. Pro, it is open. Stage and lanes are ready to go. All right, anybody licensing here today, lanes 1 and 2, whenever you guys are ready, you don't wait for your call. You guys are licensing. Come on up when you're ready. Once again, remember, left lane has the right-of-way here at SIR. So if you're in the right lane, you got to wait for the left lane to disperse. And that's right, there is 2 lanes up there. If you miss the first one, and most of the cars should get the first one. If you miss, don't despair. Don't turn around. Keep going. There is another road at the top end of the track. But once again, remember, left-hand lane does have right-of-way. As well, take it easy in the pits. I know everyone is just anxious to get this thing going. Let's slow it down a little bit. Remember, on the return road as well as in the pits, I know we are all anxious. We can't wait to get down the track here. But let's remember, we got a lot of people here today, so let's do it safely. As well, if you feel something's not right with your vehicles, you guys racers going down the track, we do ask you to pull over to the guardrail side of your lane and just stop. Just in case we've got any liquids coming out. We don't want to have a big cleanup. It makes the day go a little bit quicker and the cleanup go faster. So once again, don't despair. Just pull over and stop. It is the first weekend racing here at SIR. As well, check your overflows. We got to make sure the overflows are done. Good morning, Fast Eddie. All right, the first run of the day. Points race number 1 in the 60th anniversary. That's right, 60 years of racing. Well, the Malabeast out first. Of course, David Giesbrecht in the staging lanes first with the Chevy Malabeast. Getting the time slip with our friends out of Warman, Harlan Cookwell. I have never seen a 62 Comet. I'm looking at the front end and the back end, and what a wonderful job he's done. He's got a couple of wonderful vehicles. So Harlan Cookwell and David Giesbrecht getting the time. Down the line with the big red eye. All right, Crane Guy Jr. keep the Jarley out of Regina running that 4-door 67 Beaumont. Getting the time slip with Cambuster Extraordinaire. Good to see a bunch of Cambusters here this weekend. And Barb Hay. Big hug this morning. We are all good. So Frank Bohozov getting the time slip with Keith DeJarle. Staging lanes are open. Pro, let's go. 5 and 6 are open. Pro, let's go. Good to see he is back with the Impala. I believe that is Mr. Duncan going up with our friends out of Manitoba. I remember talking with Henry Reamer. That's right, an LS6 shoveled into that Volvo. And we're kind of chatting. He got a perfect light last year at our season opener. Good to see him back at our track. I love that Volvo. For Duncan, and it's the Volvo through. All right, final call for Pro. You guys had enough shot at it. Once again, Pro, final call to staging. All right, we got the Madeline Mopars on this round. Hey, Glenn Wright. When he's wrong, he's not right, is he? Or is he wrong, he's right? Glenn, we're just going to have fun with you. You're running gas here today, I see. Good to see that back. He is our electric vehicle spokesman here at SIR. And, folks, they're coming, so you got to admire where they're going. Is it right for everyone? We don't know, but I like it when Glenn Wright, it's kind of shares his experiences with electric vehicles. So Glenn Wright, he's going with the Gas Challenger up with Dwight Grzybowski. And how do you like that? SaskEV.ca is one of the sponsors. I'm teasing. Oh, taking a look underneath the car just to make sure everything's all right in that Tiger Automotive lane. All right, it looks like we just got to reboot the systems here, folks. Just bear with us for a moment. Once again, Pro, we're going to do it one last time. Final call for Pro. All right, Hector's Grub Hub are back. That's right, the Ends family. Grab yourself something to drink, eat in between the rounds here. First round of time trials getting underway. But good to see Hector's Grub Hub. Hey, these guys did really well at the rinks last year. And they keep expanding. I didn't have a chance to chat with them earlier this morning. Yeah, walking's kind of a little tough right now for me, so we're just going to do the bare minimum here today. Good to see everybody. Good to be at the drag strip. Yes, I did miss it. I did have surgery about 3 weeks ago, so right now I'm not at my happy place in the morning, but give me another couple weeks and we'll be fine. All right, just rebooting the system, folks. We'll keep you posted on what is going on. You got a few more minutes to get ready here. We did say Pro, last call. So Pro, still got a chance to sneak into the stage and lanes. Once again, thank you for everyone traveling this weekend. We do appreciate travels near and far. We got some friends out of Manitoba. We haven't gone through the list yet. I think we got some friends out of Alberta. And once again, thank you guys for our commitment to this crazy sport. As we proceed, we will explain how it works. Well, we still got time here. The souvenir shop's going to be open at 10 o'clock. Yeah, I'm looking through that calendar. Rich Bedford, you outdid yourself. I like what you did. You got the past, you got the present, and you got future going on in there. So thank you for taking it on there. These calendars are going to be available, and don't worry, folks. Yeah, they printed about 100. Yeah, we're going to have to do some more reprints here. These are going to go like hotcakes. Absolutely. Kind of looking at different vehicles in there. It's really interesting. We actually have a picture of Ray Alley. He ran the rocket car here, and that was the fastest car ever here at SIR back in 1976. The rocket car class was banned after 2 or 3 years. Just a little unsafe. It's basically lighting a bunch of dynamite in the back of a dragster, and I'll tell you what, you're going down that quarter-mile track as quick as you can, and he is the track record there, holder there, and it's kind of neat to see the rocket car in that calendar. We got Les Howard in the first page, yeah. So, Rich, you outdid yourself. Thank you so much for doing that, and remember, check him out on Facebook. Yes, he sells pictures. If you got a favorite ride, you definitely want to take that out to here at SIR. So once again, we got 60th anniversary stuff going on. The calendars, license plates, stickers, and they got a clearance rack of clothing. So either way, souvenir shops can open at 10 to 4. And Brenda Goebel, when you got a moment, you can come up and chat with me in the tower. I kind of explained, I don't know if you know, but I kind of can't walk too well right now. So I'd love to chat with you. So Brenda Goebel, once again, thank you for your efforts with the souvenir shop. And I'll tell you, you got to look at these calendars. We are going to print more, but they are going to go like hotcakes. And what a wonderful job Rich did. So check it out. 60th anniversary, 60 years of speed, 1966 to 2026. Well, it's got to be the beginning of the season, right? We got a few bugs to work out here. So as soon as we've got the timing system kind of figured out here, we'll get up and underway with our first time trial. That's right, Pro. You should be in 5 and 6. right, it looks like Dwight Grabowski going to make a signal pass here. And he's out the gate, the 3:35 reaction time. And through the VP fuel lane, the old Duster through runs a quarter mile, 90 miles an hour. Well, like father, like daughter, Rashina Grabowski with stolen dignity. She's getting the time slip with the 76 Duster with Brian Hicks, our friend out of Regina, 69 Chevelle. I gotta say, Brian's got a pretty cool Henry J. I love that car. I kind of like old vehicles. An old man that likes old vehicles. Well, Rashina got her bit of a jump on this one at 048, 059 reaction time. And stolen dignity through to 1040. Brian Hicks through to 1. All right, Ryan Magnus with the nifty blue Camaro. I love that car. Getting the time slip. Hey, that guy looks familiar. That's right, he's the bad influence challenger, Ryan Doherty, Lindo Concrete Supply. Ryan Doherty almost the perfect light, 002. Good to see second generation Harris Racing here. That's right, Mark Harris out of Allen, Saskatchewan. Mark getting the time slip with Glenn Hendry. And hey, I can't say enough kind words of the Hendry family. These guys have our 60 years of racing. God, hate to date you guys, but the Hendrys have been with us at least 40 years, right? Glenn Hendry out of Dundurn now. All right, the battle of ladies. Mike, we're just at time slips right now. Boy, I'm getting excited already. That's right, Sydney Weeks. Well, we always called her Sid the Kid, but she's a beautiful young lady now. And she holds her own. 6'4" player getting the time slip with Kimmy G, Kim Gallagher. And yes, both these young ladies, I remember them as young kids running around here at the track. Yeah, I'm an old guy. Celebrating 6 years straight, unfortunately, red eye. Kim Gallagher, 0.001 red eye, almost a perfect light. 0.45 for Sydney Weeks. Kim Gallagher with red eye. And Sydney Weeks got through at 13:22, 103 miles an hour. All right, it's always the Fiesel family reunion here at SIR, and I love that. These guys got the right idea. Family that drag races together. Drag races together, right? Anyways, Camden Fiesel is up with Lindsay Scribner out of St. Albert, Alberta. Chevy Nova. All right, I thought that was Doug Dawn. We haven't seen him for a little bit. Out of Regina, that 68 Camaro. Queen City Performance getting the time slip with our friends out of Outlook. Jared McIntosh, second generation McIntosh racing here for a number of years with Dad and the family. No 1-3 racks time. Stop the clock. Tell you what, Doug Dawn, he wiped off the cobwebs in 020 reaction time. Camaro through to 1208, 110 miles an hour. Uh-oh, Regina's a lot quieter here today. The Singer brothers are here. That's right, Grant behind the wheel, the 1990 Camaro getting the time slip. Tells me it's Kevin Wilms with the Roadster, but I don't think that's the Roadster. All right, we got Ford versus Chevy for the first round. There's Grant Singer pulling the front wheels and was a 3 reaction time leading the line. Mid-track. He gets through the top bend, 948. All right, Ford Maverick got through the top bend, 1045, 127 miles an hour. All right, a couple of racers out of southern Saskatchewan here. Heather Bennett making her way to the starting line, running that Mustang. And I'll tell you what, a rookie driver, no more. She's got a couple, well, a year at least under her belt. And she is a good drag racer. She's getting the time slip with a friend out of Regina. Well, side by side, looks like Dale Weiss will get there first. The time her reaction time on 017. Well, challenger versus challenger, old versus new. The Battle of Vanscoy Grandora. Hey, Glenn Wright, yes, he's an electric vehicle guy that we talk to here, and I like it. He keeps us informed of what's going on. Might not be right for everybody, but it works for Glenn Wright. Glenn Wright getting the time slip with the Cat Power. Walking in 2010, Floyd Chapel. And yes, we know Floyd Chapel. 11-0. Glenn Wright, good racks time in 065. Got through to 11:39. All right, this guy's been drag racing a number of years in our 60-year anniversary. That's right, of course, that is Mark Bennett out of Emerald Park. 71 Duster, Mopar aficionado. Well, Mark with the red eye, but hey, it doesn't matter. He's getting the time slip through the quarter mile. Usually with the reaction times, that puts you on the qualifying ladder. If you got the best reaction time, better qualifying, lane choice. All right, the Pink Panther, Floyd Scribner, well, he says something, but I'm pretty sure he's from Saskatoon now. Floyd and Kerry. So Floyd Scribner getting the time slip. Hey, we know Perry Fletcher out of White City, another Mopar aficionado. Well, I'd say Mr. Bedford, you got a nice picture on that one. Both Mopars on the wheel. 037 for Scribner, 032 for Fletcher. Southern Saskatchewan. L with that beautiful 70D100 truck. Jake Fiesel with a Camaro. All right, first call for Super Pro. First call, Super Pro. Let's go, 5 and 6. All right, Andrew. Oh, first perfect light. Congratulations, Jake Fiesel. 0002. And the Camaro will get through. Fiesel with the first perfect light of the season, the 1043. Red Eye for Andrew L. 028 Red Eye. He gets through 964, 136. But our first perfect light, Jake Fiesel out of Regina. Well, another pair of Mopars, and I'll tell you what, we do definitely have a lot of different Mopars here. Always like Dave Fuzzy Kerr's beautiful Plymouth, that's right. Dave Fuzzy Kerr out of Regina getting the time slip with Anita Henry. And Anita, thank you for everything you've done for the last 60 years. You weren't here for 60, but I couldn't hold you, I would say. Well, we talked about Heather. That's right, hubby. That's Brandon Bennett out of White City with the 84 Mustang. Going up against, well, their friends in the pits, competitors on the starting line, but they're getting time slips here. Ryan Appleby loved the 68 Charger. Second generation Appleby racing here at SIR. Time down the quarter mile, 9:18. Appleby got the extra time. I like this pair up. It is father and son. We know that red Fairlane, Harold Penner, has been racing here at SIR for a good chunk of the 60 years here at SIR. Love the red Fairlane. Harold Dad going up against son Nolan with the white Fairlane. And you know, Chad, he's a maverick. He's got to have a Mustang, and he's got to go standard transmission, right? You always have one of those in the family, don't you? Chad, we appreciate that. Well, son got the next time this round. Nolan 126 to 188. Side by side, but it is Daddy-O. All right, Mike Alexander, I'm going to keep my eye on this guy. He had a good season last year. Seen him on the podium, and I tell you, he should be on there more often. A beautiful 64 Belvedere. Likes to launch hard on that starting line. Going up against friend, well, Mark Marchuk out of Regina. Both Regina racers, once again, friends in the pits, competitors on the racing strip here. And yes, Rich Bedford's going to get a couple of pictures again. Well, mid-track side by side with Mike Alexander with the low park holding away the Belvedere through. Well, that guy looks familiar. Terry Wagner out of Regina. I love the 52 Chevy pickup. Getting at the time slip with another individual out of Regina, Ken Daly. And Ken Daly, thank you so much for our 6 years of racing. Yeah, you guys weren't with us that long, but I'll tell you what, the time you're with, you made a big difference. There's the signature, Daly's on the wheel, almost the perfect light, Ken. 001, a 128 wrap time for Wagner. And the white dark through to 10:03, 10:08, the time for the 52 pickup. Super Pro 5 and 6, let's go. All right, Braden Haru, second generation Haru. We got to congratulate Braden's brother. That's right. He did win. He's the handicap curling leader. So congratulations to our friend. And now Braden Haru going down the track. Looking at an 004 reaction time. Red eye for Jansen Atten out of Outlook. 003 but top end. Haru got the Reagan race by 37. 10:49 for Jansen Atten. We know this car. Barbara Stettner out of Regina running the red Camaro 82 Camaro. And yes, she's still learning how to run, and I'll tell you what, that's awesome. Stettner family racing here out of Regina. Electronics allowed. It is Super Pro. We got the Scopix out of Saskatchewan. Richard and Joe running the provincial vodka sewer pulling mechanical dragster. Getting the time slip with Kim Bernard out of Watson, Saskatchewan. And that is Kim's wife, Lorianne. Videotaping the first run, and I'll tell you what, Kim's done a wonderful job with his 84 Camaro. He brought it out. Richard Skopek, Dragster through at 816, 896, the number for Kim Bernard. And we did have a perfect light earlier today. All right, final call for Super Pro, final call for Super Pro. Testers 1 and 2, testers 1 and 2. All right, I got to thank my friend Smiling Leroy Schmidt. He gave me a ride to the track here today. I don't have a driver's license for another couple weeks, so I do appreciate that, Leroy. All right, Leroy, sponsored by PBR and Kelly Solheim. Yes, their thoughts are with Kelly Solheim. If you're on Facebook, they do have a GoFund page for him. Kelly going through some health issues at the moment. If you'd like to help him out, you're on Facebook. generation Macintosh Racing. Grant McIntosh out of Outlook with the 67 Camaro. Getting the time slip. I love this car. 65 Belvedere. Chris and Catherine. That's right, Chris Kergester behind the wheel. All right, Sportsman, second call, Sportsman. We need your stage and lanes. Brain click here. Testers to the stage and lanes. I don't know if I called Sportsman or Testers. Getting a little hit of the game here. So Testers, sorry. Testers being called to stage and lanes. All right, the farm truck out of Saskatchewan. Kelly Morrison, 70 El Camino. That's right, check out the license plate. Back in the olden days, yes, we used to put an F on the plate. He's getting the time of a Taylor Fiesel out of Regina with the Dragster. So once again, Testers, stage and lanes, Testers. To the stage and lanes. Well, red eye for Kelly. Taylor Fiesel, 014. Dragster, Drew, 806. Taylor Fiesel, 164 miles an hour. Morrison with the red eye got through to 1098, 110 miles an hour. Scotty Yarunko with the Canzo, Link Rentals, Laser Auto Body, ABS Competition sponsors. Getting the time slip with Arlene Harder out of Saskatchewan. Mopar with Pontiac this round. Sportsman, we need you to the stage and lanes. Sportsman to the stage and lanes. Third call. All right, our next pair, both out of southern Saskatchewan. That's first generation Appleby. That's right. Jack and Shannon Appleby with the 72 Dart. Getting the time slip with Jamie Fiesel. We know this guy, 60 years of drag racing here at SIR. That guy's been here for a chunk of it. Not the full 60, but hey. Anyways, Jamie Fiesel out of Pasqua Lake, the Bantam Altered. And always a Fiesel reunion here. We love that. Well, Appleby almost a perfect light. 002, 038. Jake Fiesel with the bragging rights right now. Top end, Appleby with an 002 gets through to 931. 872 for Jamie Fiesel. Final call for testers, first call for Sportsman. some good success with that. That is first generation of that Diesel family. That's right, Jake, his son. Getting the time click. Hey, Lou Fontaine Jr. And what are we going to call this? That? The Blue Bullet? I got to talk to Lou about that a little bit later, right? But good to see Lou Fontaine back with the Ford. Through 9:55. Diesel with the red eye, the Dragster 8:96. Sportsman, we need you in staging. Sportsman, we need you in staging. All right, what the heck is going on this year with the McBain Racing family? Looks like Travis is running the door slammer. Travis. Missed it by that much. That's right, to get smart car. 0.27 time for the single pass down that DP2 lane. And McBain gets through, runs 9:49, 143 miles an hour. The car is for sale. Al Allen, the 96 Old Cutlass, beautiful car. If you're looking for a race and you want to get into Super Pro, talk to Al Allen. 96 Cutlass for sale. Getting the time slip with Taryn McBain. We were just talking about her briefly. But that's not Taryn. That looks like it is. Hip is killing me right now. All right, top end. It is Al Allen, 884, 155 miles an hour. Taryn McBain, 783, 171 miles an hour. Well, family race near. Rich Harder getting the time slip with Fred Schwab. And Richie usually running a Dragster, running his S10 right now. Good morning, Dawn. How you doing today? I was going to say door slammer with Dragster, but no, we got two door slammers. That's right, he's running the S10 today. Third call for Sportsman. All right, the Slayer too. These guys do the supplies here for our clothing here. Can't say enough good words about the impressions in thread out of Regina. Sean and Cheryl LaShaw. It is Sean driving Slayer 2. And man, he's had some nice vehicles over the year, but I like this Slayer 2. Chevy 2, Sean LaShaw, about a Pilot Butte. Time through the quarter mile, 940, 143 miles an hour. Well, looks like we got a few more vehicles going through tech there. Looks like Jack Attack with his Altered coming up. Looking forward to that one, Jack. Beautiful ride, my friend. Very nice ride. All right, well, she's our MLA here in Saskatoon, but right now she's drag racing And congratulations to the Brickner family with their addition, another drag racer. That's right, Kim Brickner. Officially awesome black. Awesome black, that's Dad on the starting line. Let's see, Kim took some time off from racing, and I'll tell you what, she's on her game here, Mikey. 017 reaction time, how about a 7:49? 177 miles an hour. Wow, Kim Brickner. 017 through at a 7:49, 177 miles an hour. All right, I love this 41 Happen Ford out of Aberdeen. Don Giesbrick, hey, first generation Giesbrick Racing. All right, Don Giesbrick with an 099 reaction time, making his way down the Tiger Automotive lane. Down the quarter mile, he stopped the clock at 10:99, 124 miles an hour. All right, out of the burnout box, Jack Friesen out of Osler, the Fiat 36 Coupe, new ride. He used to run that dirty 30s Dodge. I'll tell you, Jack, beautiful ride out of Osler. Jack Attack, he is back. All right, final call for Sportsman, Junior Street. First call, Junior Street. Final call for Sportsman, first call for Junior Street. That's right, co-pilot class. All right, looks like Jack might be doing some licensing here. Half track pass. Just because you bought the vehicle don't mean you're going to run it yet. You got a license, right? Well, I'll tell you, he ran one mean look in Monte Carlo out of Prince Albert for a number of years. And Dawson Sayes, his 69 Camaro. Look at the white mist coming out of the hood. He's got the bottle and the throttle. He did hit the 7 mark. That's what they were trying to achieve on Facebook. Ran a 795 yesterday. Hey, door slammer, Kim Brickner, 740. Oh, what a chatter on the starting line. 096, yes, Dawson Sayes. How about an 828 first pass of the day, 169 miles an hour. But I think it's got a little bit of adjusting to do on the starting line. Lots of tire chatter there. But wow, not a bad run of the day. And he did break 7 seconds. 795 yesterday, Dawson Sayes out of Prince Albert. Nice car, Orange Crusher. That's right, Jack Attack is back. 7 class, Chad Novak out of Kenora, the 2013 Dart. Going to get the time slip with Amanda Jasic Flaman out of Regina. Well, Chad Novak, almost a perfect light 009. 3036 for Amanda Jasic Flaman, and the Trans Am will cross the line first, 1175. The Dodge start through, 1757, but almost a perfect light 09. Junior Street co-pilot class, we need you in staging. Junior Street co-pilot class. We need you in staging. And good morning to Kurt and Linda. All right, Darren Shimko, hey, out of Saskatoon, running that orange Nova. Getting the time slip at Sherry Gordon out of Grandora. We know Sherry Gordon, she's been drag racing. She was one of our first female racers here at the track, amongst a lot of other female racers, but Sherry Gordon right now trying to catch up. Darren Shimko. All right, Glenn Wright back up. He could be in a couple different classes here today. Running the gas. That's right, not electric vehicle. But I'll tell you, I like it. He does talk about electric vehicles. I like to see the other point of view. He's running a slow car with another guy. That's right, we got Evan Stephenson. He said hi to Dawn earlier today. Both out the gate side by side, but it looks like Glenn Wright will get to the top end first. He does. 1188, 1223, the number 4, Evan Stephenson. All right, our next pair. Hey, it is Glenn's dad, Roy Wright, with the faster electric vehicle. That's right, we got to put that in there. Roy's got the Tesla dual motor. Getting the time slip with Jay Steele. I got to say, nice to see you back, Kim. Good job. Nice run, sweetheart. She is the fastest lady in Saskatchewan. And she is back. All right, and Roy Wright, yeah, I didn't hear him. That's right, he went on a red eye, but that Tesla got through the quarter mile at 12:36. Jay Steele, a 6:20 reaction. That's gotta work on that. All right, final call for Junior Street. Co-pilot class, final call for Junior Street. All right, Chris Langdon out of Regina. Thanks, Mary, for the car. That's right, the 74 Duster. Getting the time slip with Glenn Henry with the yellow Duster. Usually it is Chantel running that. First call for street legal, first call for street legal. Well, looks like Chris Langdon got the wraps time at 020 to 073, mid-track, pulling away. And his Duster gets through at 11:54. All right, our next pair, it is Owen Desjardins with the Vega, getting the time slip with Garrett Gerwing. Hey, good to see Garrett back. The Gerwing Howdle family. And Garrett making his home right now in Saskatoon. Well, Mr. Desjardins got the rack time in 04.70 to 132, and mid-track, the Vega is pulling away. It is Owen Desjardins, 12:26, 13:45, the number for Garrett Gerwing. All right, Street Legal, we need you in 5 and 6. Street Legal, we need you in 5 and 6. All right, Jack Prokopiew out of Newen Lodge up with Titania Elise. I believe this is going to be our junior street shootout, that Copilot class. All right, Street Legal, once again, we need you in stage and lanes. Street Legal, stage and lanes. Well, Jack Prokopiew with the dreaded red eye. Yes, these guys are going to run half track. You got to be 13 years and older. You've got to sign a bunch of waivers, but then, hey, you can drag race with your family. Probably the most economical way as well. Titania got 11:72. Definitely need to work on the reaction times, but hey, these guys are first-time racers. Let's take it easy on them, right? All right, final call for Street Legal. Final call for Street Legal is stage and lanes. Well, they got the Battle of Blanchards here. Got Nikita Blanchard in the Tacoma. Then we got Cameron with the white Hemi. First call, Junior Dragster. First call, Junior Dragsters. Well, looks like Nikita got the reaction time on this run down the 8th mile, 103 to a 209. And side by side, well, we're drag racing here, but Nikita got there first, 1082 to a 1085. All right, Lucas Guyman out of Viceroy. He was a junior dragster driver. I think he's got this truck running now. As well, up with Keidenfar. Yes, that is part. Kurt Jackson, Linda Sabiston, the family racing here. Kurt and Linda racing for a number of years here. What do? You bring your grandkids here and teach them drag racing. Spend some time with your kids. Well, Lucas Guyman, a 124 react time, 449 for Kaiden. And through the top of the 8th, it is Lucas Guyman, 1023 for the truck. Well, both trucks, right? Both Rams. Kaiden through at a 1022. Stage and Lanes Junior Dragster, and boy, there's a car with a lot of memories back in the tech booth. Good to see the Malibu back. Is this now Mr. Graff? All right, good to see you back, bud. Kind of heard we were going to be changing vehicles. That's right. Garnet Graff running that Malibu for a number of years. All right, back to the track here. Maya Jacques out of Regina. She's running the Sierra, getting time slip Marley Breeze. So we got the battle of ladies, and I'll tell you what, these young ladies becoming very good drag racers here. Marley got the red eye on this run, a 1:13 for Maya Jacques. But Marley will cross the 8th mile with the red eye, a 9:23, 11:05 the time for Maya Jacques. Linda, I think your truck needs a little bit of loving. You got the radio on? Your truck needs a little bit of loving. Ouch. And I know, you shared it. You are upset. All right, back to the track. Hey, we've got family racing here. Chad Novak with Sherry Gordon getting the time slips together. And we should be back into quarter-mile racing. Top band, Sherry Gordon through to 14:56. Chad Novak's time, 17:46. Junior Dragster. Staging. All right, there's Dave Leverton out of Martinsville, the Dodge Ram, Core Rock Construction. He's getting the time slip. Hey, that is, hey, New York is big, but he's from bigger Saskatchewan. Walter Fruit Loop Burnett's with the 2008 Corvette. And it is Fernet's 070 reaction time. Corvette leaving the line. And we'll cross the line first to 1093. Our friend with the red Dodge Ram, it's Dave Leverton through to 1402. 98 miles an hour. All right, is that all the junior dragsters? Are we still waiting for one more? One more? Okay, we're gonna call her one more time. How are you guys doing? Good to see you guys. All right, let's have fun today, right? All right, Shane Groff. Okay, I like this. He's got his ride, a 74 Apollo Buick. Good job there, Scully. No, this is Shane. Sully's going to run the truck. Sullivan Groff is support animal, so Shane's got the Buick. I haven't seen an Apollo for a long time. But look at that, Sully with the truck. He says, thank you, Ed and family. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Mike. I want to thank you guys. And looks like this round's going for Son. Sullivan Groff, second generation Groff Racing. Through at a 14:16. Shane Groff through 17:92. All right, I think we're still waiting for Victoria, or is it, maybe it's the Guyman family brought their juniors too. I don't know, but Junior Dragster, we need you in staging. Junior Dragster. All right, Taylor Jasic up with Dad, Trevor Jasic. Cousin racing, family racing. We got Camaro, Witt, Pontiac. Father versus son. I love it. All right, it's a double red eye, but Dad would take the win in this case. A 166 red eye to a 029. Taylor Jackson. No, it would have been Taylor who took it. He left with the least. He got through it at 13:65, 14:71. The time for Trevor Jasnik. All right, and there's Victoria. I think we got all our junior dragsters. One more coming yet? Okay, good job, guys. Good job. We're going to wait for you. All right, Roy Wright with the electric vehicle, 12:28 for the Tesla through the quarter mile. Kerry Reap out of Saskatoon with that beautiful 2014 Mustang. Rex time in a 1.3 got through at 14.95, 94 miles an hour. All right, Evan Stephenson running a couple different classes here today. He's back with that beautiful Super Coupe 78 Aspen. Getting the time slip. I love the two-wheelers. That's right, Matt Hendry out having some fun with the two-wheeler. Well, Stephenson got through X time in 0.99 to a 1:31. But the two-wheeler is pulling away mid-track. Matt Hendry through the top end, 11:40, 12:16 for Evan Stephenson. All right, and the ladies are back. Maya Jacques with Marley Breeze. All right, Marley Breeze got the reaction time of 1:52 to a 1:90. And these young ladies, what are you doing? Go and get your driver's license. They're running quarter mile now. Marley Breeze through to 14:62, 16:73, the number for Maya Jacques. All right, just doing a little bit of track prep here. We are getting ready for our junior dragsters making the way down the track. Lucas, you moved up. You're not running junior dragster anymore, right? Good job on the truck, buddy. Keep us informed. Dad, you got to keep sponsoring, right? Nah, he pays his own way, right? I can see it. Or he works it. He definitely works it, right? Good to see you guys this weekend. All right, everyone get prepped here. We're just about there. It'll be the last time trial here, first round. Concluding with our junior dragsters. And we'll just await a word for pro. I believe we're going to touch up the track one more time. Well, we're talking about a little bit earlier. Come on down, souvenir shop. 10 o'clock it opened up. We've got a beautiful calendar. We've got to thank our friend Rich Bedford for taking a lot of pictures. Got a lot of information. We got past, we got present, and boy, we got future racers in there as well. Rich, you did a wonderful job on that. Yes, we only got a few calendars. If you want to pick one up, you may want to grab her here today. Yes, we're getting some more printed up. But I got to tell you, Rich, you did one hell of a job on this. 60 years of speed here at SIR, celebrating a 60th anniversary. And they have something for everybody. So take a look. And I liked it. He put a lot of pictures in every month, so it was very good. All right, pro, first call, second time trial, let's go. Pro, first call, second time trial, let's go. All right, we've got Leah Jacek going against Turbo Thomas TT. I love it. This is junior dragster racing. And these aren't your regular Briggs and Stratton engines. No, so folks, you cannot cut lawns with these engines. I'll tell you right, you going down the track with these engines. All right, Pro 5 and 6, Pro 5 and 6. Well, yeah, you got the first red eye, 2:32 for extra time, TT, Turbo Thomas. But Leah will get to the top end first. No, she didn't. It was Thomas squeaking in. So anyways, Thomas with the good reaction time, 2:32, got through at 11:81 through the 8th mile. 0:08 red eye for Leah, 11:98 through the 8th mile. All right, I believe we got one more junior dragster, and that will conclude our first time trial. Once again, Pro, let's go. 5 and 6, let's go. All right, this young lady doing a interview down in Regina at the Majestics Car Show. Victoria Desjardins making down her way down the 8th mile. She got through to 1380, 46 miles an hour. That does conclude our first time trial here today, folks. Getting ready for our second time trial. Pro, yes, you know what you got to do. Let's go, Pro. We need you in 5 and 6. Let's go. So, yeah, we're kind of talking a little bit earlier. The souvenir shop is open. It was open at 10. We do have the 60th anniversary calendars. We've got license plates, stickers, you name it. They've got a clearance rack of clothing. So we got lots of stuff here. And once again, Brenda Goebel, thank you for all your efforts, sweetheart. We couldn't do it without you. All right, still waiting for the staging lanes to fill up. Once again, Pro, let's go. 5 and 6, Pro, let's go. Second time trial. All right, just doing the last minute preparations here. We'll get underway with our second time trial here at SIR. All right, Pro, final call for Pro. Final call for Pro. All right, second round time trials here underway. Well, we're still looking over this calendar, and I tell you, Rich, you put a lot into it, and we're already into it. All right, Brad Prokopiew, that's the guy running the 70 Maverick. We knew that. Brad getting the time slip with David Giesbrick. Well, red eye for David Giesbrick. Well, 3 red eye for Brad Prokopiew, but it is the Melodies crossing the line first. 10:26 the number, 10:49 for Brad Prokopiew. Well, we got to wish this guy happy birthday out of Unity. That's right, Misty. Ryan Magnus with the 2010 Camaro. Getting the time slip with Frank Pahozoff out of York then with the 77 Nova. All right, top end, it is Ryan Magnus. Happy birthday, 11/26. Top end 1195 with the Nova. Next pair, Perry Duncan out of Ridge Honda running the 66 best game, getting the time slip at Sydney Weeks. She's out of Saskatoon. both out of Regina. Camden Fiesel with the Nova getting the time slip with Brian Hicks. 69 Chevelle. Once again, Pro, we need you in staging lanes. Final call for Pro. Well, Camden Fiesel got the reaction time at 048, crossed the line at 10:43. Brian Hicks go 108 through to 11. Next pair off the line. Looks like Mark Harris making his way with the Mustang down the track, getting the time slip with Dwight Grzybowski. That's right, first generation Grzybowski Racing out of Martinsville with the Duster. That 68 Camaro. I thought that car looked familiar. We got to see this guy more often up here, right? The Dom family out of Regina. Doug Dom getting the time slip with Perry Fletcher out of White City. That's right, just outside of Regina. With the Bennett's Auto Repair, 64 Belvedere. All right, I met this man out of Plymouth, Manitoba last year, Henry Reamer, LS6 stuffed into that 78 Volvo wagon. Gonna get the time slip with Rashina Grabowski out of Warman. That's right, second generation Grabowski racing out of Warman. Oh, what a run for Henry Reamer. Pulled those front wheels, unfortunately, a red eye for Rashina Grabowski. 078 Rex time, stolen dignity through 1041. Red eye for Henry Reimer, got through to 984. Out of the burnout box first, out of Outlook, Saskatchewan, second generation Macintosh Racing. 66 Chevelle, that's Jared McIntosh getting the time slip with the old dog himself. That's right, old school Floyd Chappell out of Grandora. And congratulations to Floyd and Penny, they're building a home together. Wish you all the best with that, Floyd. Challenger through to 1095. I like this 62 Comet, new ride for Harlan Copewell. He's out of Warman. He has a couple neat rides, but that one, I've never seen a 62 Comet. I get a little excited when I don't see a model of the year. Nice ride there, Harlan. Harlan getting the time slip with Mike Alexander. beautiful 64 Belvedere out of Regina. Miles an hour, 10-12 for Mike Alexander. Well, I love this 62 Fury out of Regina, Dave Fuzzy Kerr. And he'd like to thank Mark Bennett, ABS Competition, Knight Auto Group, Service Sand and Gravel, and Mike Alexander. Yeah, he pits with them all, right? That's right, friends in the pits, competitors on the starting line. All right, Dave, after you do a little bit of steering on that one, let the right move too quick in 040 Red Eye. He will still get the time slip down the quarter mile. And he gets through at 11:72, 116 miles an hour. D100 out of Balgoni, that's right, Andrew L. Heating up the rear tires, getting the time slip with Kim Gallagher out of Saskatchewan. 68 Acadian, Superior Diesel RWH ABS Competition. Outcast Racing. Chevy pickup, Queen City Performance's sponsor. Up with Lindsay Scribner out of St. Albert running the Blue Cuda here today. Speaks through a 9:69, 10:10 for our friend Terry Wagner. First call for Super Pro, 5 and 6. On the start line first, our good friend out of Regina. That's right, Ken and Brenda Daly and Goebel, right? 71 Dart. Ken Daly getting the time slip with Walter Furnet's the bigger Corvette. New York is big, but he is bigger. And once again, Brenda, thank you for all your efforts with the souvenir shop. You guys are open. You got to check out the 60th anniversary calendar. Miles an hour. Walter Furnet's 023. Good reaction time. 10. Second call, Super Pro. Second call, Super Pro. All right, Glenn Wright. He's out of Vanscoy. He likes electric vehicles, but he's running his gas-powered 72 Challenger here today. Glenn Wright getting this time slip with Floyd Stripper, who makes his way home out of Saskatchewan now. And Glenn Wright got the back time on this round of 089, but it is Stripner crossing the quarter mile first, 10:02, 11:94, the time for Glenn Wright. Starting line, both from southern Saskatchewan, out of White City. Heather Bennett with the Mustang getting the time slip, with Martin Marchuk with the Mustang. We've got old versus newer. 92 Mustang for Bennett, 68 Mustang for the Marchuk family. For our friend Heather Bennett with the 92. All right, and the next pair we've got out of Saskatoon. That's Braden Haru, 68 Cutlass 442, getting the time slip with Ryan Appleby out of Emerald Park. Both second generation racing, that's right. Well, the first perfect light here today was Jake Fiesel earlier today with the 87 Camaro out of Regina. He's getting another time slip. He's got a chance to do a perfect light again. He's up with the bad influence Ryan Doherty out of Saskatoon. All right, our next pair, both out of Regina. Keith DeJarle with the Pontiac Beaumont. Getting the time slip with our good friend. He runs Oldsmobile. He's an Oldsmobile guy right down to his underwear. Dale Weist, Old School Racing. Super Pro, we need you in 5 and 6. Super Pro, let's go, Super Pro. Well, this round, the next time went to Keith DeJarle in 029 for a 111, but it is the Oldsmobile crossing the line first, 1047. Well, I just noticed that he's got ketchup on the license plate. Al Guyman out of Viceroy, Saskatchewan. 1970 Duster, Valley Center Diesel, his sponsor. Getting the time slip for our friends out of Outlook, Jansen Atten with the 82 Camaro. Like to thank RWH Triumph Construction as well. Home Quarter Drag and Drive. Thank you guys. And our friend out of Outlook, Jansen Adcock, Dragster, 044 to an 082. And it is the Camaro through first, 1050. Ketchup, the Duster. All right, looks like it'll be a single pass for our friend Glenn Henry out of Dundurn with the Barracuda. OK Tire and Auto is sponsors, Henry Motorsports. Henry's off to a good start, 057 reaction time down the VP fuel lane. And plumb crazy through at 10:55, 128 miles an hour. Bob, we're trying to race here. What are you doing, Bobby? That's better. Good morning. Well, I guess it's afternoon now, isn't it? It's morning somewhere. It's morning somewhere. It depends what drugs you took, right? And man, I'm on some good drugs right now. Just joking about that. Yes, I got both hips replaced, so I'm kind of on some painkillers at the moment. And all right, we've got Anita Henry up with Harold Penner, Papa Penner with the red Fairlane. He's been drag racing here for a number of years. Penner family supporting us here at SIR. And cheering on Dad and Grandpa, right? Harold getting the time slip on Anita Henry, same thing, Grandma. Everyone cheering on the Henry family. Anita Henry sponsoring OK Tire and Henry Motorsports. Final call for Super Pro, final call for Super Pro. Well, she doesn't do this very often. Red light for Anita Henry, 175 round time for Penner. Harold Penner cross line at 10:15. The number for Anita Henry. First call for testers, 1 and 2. First call for testers. Well, I think a Bennett's going to make it to the top end first. Which one will it be? Mark or Brandon? But I'll tell you, this is what SIR has been for over 60 years here. A lot of family racing. We've got Dad and son up here right now. And hey, Dad's running a Mopar and the son's running a Ford. Hey, if they can work it out, anybody can work it out, right? Mark Bennett through to 9:26, 9:20 for our friend Brandon Bennett. All right, our next pair with the white Fairlane, of course, that second generation Penner, Nolan Penner out of Martinsville. Getting the time slip, but the Stettner Racing family, Barbara Stettner behind the red 82 Camaro. testing. All right, I think he's calling it the BB, the Blue Bullet. Lou Fontaine Jr. Getting the time slip of Kim Bernard. That's right, Kim and Lori-Ann Bernard out of Watson, Saskatchewan. Testers, we need you on stage, and testers, we need you on stage. Well, this car is for sale. What a beautiful ride. Al Allen out of Saskatoon. It's had a few different cars over the years, but this one is absolutely gorgeous. Driven Industries, RWH Motorsports is sponsored, and it is for sale if you're interested in Super Pro. Talk to Al Allen. He's getting time slip with the Skopic family. That's right, Richard and Joan Skopic out of Saskatoon. First-generation Macintosh Racing out of Outlook. Grant Macintosh, 67 Camaro, getting the time slip with Chris Kurgessner, right? Chris and Catherine, the owners of the 65 Belvedere. Across the line, 957, 939 for Macintosh with the red eye. All right, Mopar, first generation Appleby, Jack and Shannon, 72 Jart, getting the time slip with Cliff Horn. Good to see Cliff out here. Cliff getting a hand with Joe Bergen. Cliff out of Delmany with the old Roadrunner. Taylor Fiesel of the Burnout Box. He's running this dragster out of Regina. Boat Auto, buyer's choice and key storage. And Taylor getting the time slip. You don't see a lot of 75 Hornets anymore. Fred Schwab out of Dundurn. RWH Motorsports, his sponsor. And that is Amy Schwab watching Dad go down the track. Well, the Dragster Taylor got the reaction time to 1-0 to an Final call for testers. Final call for testers. All right, Scott, your Remco, that's right. Starting line. How about a 001 for your Remco, no 08 reaction time for Harder. And it is a Remco 811 to a 1032. What a great run for both vehicles. All right, once again, I got to thank my friend Leroy Schmidt. That's right, he's always smiling. And he picked me up this morning. Yeah, I had hip surgery about 3 weeks ago. I can't drive for a while, and hey, colors, man, it's all right out here. Leroy Schmidt, sponsored by PBR Auction, Kelly Solheim. I mentioned it earlier, Kelly going through some health issues. If you guys are on Facebook, there is a GoFundMe page if you're interested to help out Kelly. Leroy getting the time slip with Arlene Schmidt, Arlene Harder out of Saskatchewan. Leroy Schmidt, there we go. Well, Arlene out the gates a little too quick with the red eye. Leroy Schmidt goes across the quarter mile. 9:32, 9:46 the time for Arlene Harder. History on this car. We're celebrating 60-year anniversary. Kelly Morrison's part of that. He's got the farm truck, a 1970 El Camino he ran for a number of years, and he's kind of retired, so he's coming back to racing. He's got it going again. Kelly Morrison getting the time slip with Travis McBain, but that's with the Dragster. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Final call for testers. Final call. Love Slayer too. We got to thank the LaShawn family. That's right, Sean and Cheryl, making their home out of Pilot Butte. They are owners of the Impressions and Tread. They are our suppliers there at SIR. So thanks again, guys. 60th anniversary. You did a wonderful job. Sean with the red eye. Once again, anybody licensing, come up to 1. Testers, you guys are your own class. But if you are licensing, come up to licensing lanes 1 and 2 anytime you're ready. All right, we got the Awesome Lack family. Well, Kim Breckner now, she's married. She's added to her family. She's back racing. She's the fastest lady in Saskatchewan. Kim Breckner with Mike Awesomelack out of Moose Jaw. And that's right, Kim Breckner, our MLA here in Saskatoon. Thank you for mentioning SIR at the legislature the other day. And Kim Breckner, no 6.8 reaction time, got through at 7:56, 176 miles an hour. Seeing this Malibu back here, I knew it was changing hands. Garnet Grapp running it for a number of years. Son Connor, he was a diesel guy, but he's got the 81 Malibu running. So good to see the Grapp family back here. Don Giesbrick with the half ton. Well, I think Connor put the diesel in the Malibu. There we go. Don Giesbrick got the reaction time in 0.33 to a 1:28. Giesbrick through 10.99. I love it, Connor Grapp. Something different there. He's still working on it, but I'll tell you what, diesel-powered 81 Malibu. Sportsman, we need you in stage and lanes. Final call for Sportsman in the stage and lanes. Well, we're almost through the second round of time trials here. Last call for Sportsman, last call for Sportsman. First call, Junior Street Co-Pilot Class. First call, Junior Street Co-Pilot Class. All right, Jack Attack freezing. I love this coupe he's got going on. Word was it came from New York area down from the United States. And that's our friend Leroy Schmidt giving Jack a chat. Yeah, he's getting his license here, so he's got to make a number of passes. He's got to show he can control this car. He's got it. Well, I got to say, Connor Grapp, thank you for bringing something unusual, and it's not unusual. We know the car. But diesel power now, I love it. Connor Graff, back here at SIR. That's right, Garnet ran this Malibu for a number of years. All right, we're waiting for a tech card. I do believe it is the Darrenowski family. Tyson Darrenowski making his way down the track. Second call, Junior Street Co-Pilot Class. Second call, Junior Street Co-Pilot Class. on the line first with his Super Coupe Aspen out of Saskatchewan. Getting the time slip on the Manda Jacek Flamin out of Regina. 1990 GTA.
There first, 1163 to a 1270. And Owen Desjardins making his way on the starting line first out of Regina with the 76 Vega. Getting the time slip out of Saskatoon now, Garrett Gerwing with the 2010 Charger. Yeah, we've got to congratulate the Rough Riders yesterday. Preseason game against Winnipeg. Taking the win. Well, Desjardins got the rest time at 007 to 023. And mid-track, Vega pulling away. Owen Desjardins got through to 12:19. Jared Gerwin through to 13:12. All the way from Kenora. Thank you, Chad Novak, for coming up this weekend, running the 2013 Dart. Chad, getting the time slip with the orange Nova. We know this guy, Darren Shipko, out of Saskatoon. Read Automotive, like to thank the motor in Milwaukee as well. Well, this round, Chad got direct time at 024 to an 048, but it is mid-track away. Darren Shipko with the orange Nova pulling away. Will cross the line first. Stop the clocks, 13:47. Chad Novak, 17:70. All right, Junior Street Co-Pilot class. I think you're all there. We're going to keep mentioning to you maybe one or two more times. But I do believe you guys are there. Good luck, you guys. Final call, final call for Junior Street Co-Pilot class. Final call, Junior Street Co-Pilot class. First call, Street Legal and Junior Dragster. First call, Street Legal, Junior Dragster. All right, Chantel Henry behind the yellow Duster. Getting time for the Sherry Gordon. Battle of the ladies is right. Sherry with the red eye. And Chantel, boy, oh boy, you're on your game in 007 racks time. Looks like the yellow Duster is going to have a great season again this year, Chantel. 12.78 through the quarter mile, 14.64 for Sherry Gordon. All right, Jay Steele running a different vehicle here today. Usually running a Blazer. Running the Jeep. Jay Steele getting the time slip with Roy Wright. That's right, you don't hear him. He's running the fast Tesla electric vehicle. Everyone's got their thoughts on him, but I'll tell you, pretty unique vehicles. Second call, Street Legal and Junior Dragster. Second call, Street Legal, Junior Dragster. Well, Mopar with Mopar. It is Chris Langdon approaching the line first out of Regina. I'd like to thank Mary, 74 Duster. Chris getting the time slip with Glenn Wright. And yes, that was his dad, Roy, earlier with the Tesla. And Glenn has run electric vehicles out here. He's running his gas-powered 72 Challenger. I like talking to Glenn. It kind of gives you the perspective of what the electric vehicles are coming to. And Glenn Wright got direct time on this one at 064 to a 117, but Chris Langdon through at 11:51. 12:30 for Glenn Wright. Well, we should say happy birthday to Nikita Blanchard. She's going to have her birthday next week. Nikita with family racing here, Kaiden Farr. Boy, oh boy. I tell you, Kurt and Linda, you guys got your hands full with family racing here today. Nikita running the Tacoma. And Kaiden Farr with Ram Sport. That just shows how people are still involved with drag racing. Linda and Kurt ran for a number of years. So what do you do when you kind of retire and don't race anymore? You bring your grandkids out, right? Well, this round, Nikita celebrating her birthday next week in 084 reaction time. Got through to 1085 through the 8th mile. 1028 for Kaiden Farr. 299 reaction time. All right, we got a couple trucks up. It's Carmen Blanchard. That's right. Nikita, I believe, sister. There we go. And Jack Prokopiew out of Newenlodge. Battle of the big trucks on this one. I'll tell you, 3/4 ton. Well, probably the Hemi, definitely 3/4 ton. Half ton 4-door for Prokopiew. And Carmen spinning him on the line. And you can see you got out of the groove on that one, Carmen. It would have been over about 1.5 feet. You'd have been in the groove. That's what they call it, where the traction is. Top end, Jack Prokopiew through 11:22, 11:03 for Cameron. Third call, Junior Dragsters and Street Legal, third call. I seen him working on this truck earlier this year. Lucas Guyman, he come from the junior dragster ranks. And this young man now going into the junior street program. Well, Lucas, unfortunately, double red eyes on this one. Marty Breeze out of Pre-A with the red eye. The top of the 8th mile. Marty Breeze through to 9:27, 10:25 for Lucas. All right, still waiting for some more tech cards to get loaded up here. I think that's an Intrepid. Getting the time slip with Maya Jacques out of Regina, running the 2011 Sierra. Okay, final call. I do believe our junior dragsters are there. Sportsman, final call. And top of the 8th, it is Maya Jacques through at 11:29, 023 reaction time.
starting line first, it's Walter Fruit Loop Burnett's with the Corvette out of Bigger, Saskatchewan, getting the time slip with Sullivan Groff. Sully, hi. How you doing? He says, hi, Mike. Thank you, Dad, and thank you, Ed and family. Well, Fruit Loops got the reaction time. Corvette at 016 to a 270, and the Corvette reaches the top of the quarter mile first. 1093, 1399 for Sullivan Groff. And Shane Groff run the Buick Apollo. He says Sullivan Groff is his support animal, and he loves his SIR family. We love you guys, too. 60 years of drag racing here this year. So Shane Groff getting the time slip with our friend out of Kenora, Chad Novak, and Novak with the red eye. So during elimination rounds, it would have went to Shane. So Chad gets through the quarter mile, runs a 17:59. Shane through 21:35. All right, our next pair on the line first, Carrie Reap out of Saskatoon, 2014 Mustang. Boy, Carrie, you joined a bunch of crazies, didn't ya? She got the bug. She's dragon racing with us. Beautiful Mustang, getting the time slip of Dave Leverton with the Core Rock Construction Dodge Ram truck. Well, mid-track, Dave Leverton pulling away. He'll get through at 1396. All right, the president of SIR or SDRA, Trevor Jacek on the line. Getting the time slip of this Pontiac Trans Am GTA, getting it with Evan Stephenson of Saskatoon with the Aspen Super Coupe. And Evan got the reaction time, an 041 to an 097 mid-track, pulling away, Super Coupe through. Runs a 12:31. Trevor Jacek through 14:64. All right, Sherry Gordon out of Grandora on the line first. 2005 Magnum getting the time slip. You do not hear him. That's right, the electric vehicle Tesla of Roy Wright out of Banskoy. Well, reaction time goes to Roy Wright in 032, gets through 12:26 with the Tesla, 14:58, the time for Sherry Gordon in the main. All right, Taylor Jacek, that's right, second generation Jacek Racing with 2010 Camaro. Getting the time slip with Matt Hendry on the two-wheeler. Hendry's Motorsports like to thank Glenn and Anita. We'd like to thank them too. Well, red eye for Taylor Jacek, a 151 reaction time for the bike. Matt Hendry will cross the line first. 11:45, 13:46. right, Marty Breeze just leaving out the burnout box. Prince Albert, she's running the checkered pass, PA tab. Marty's been drag racing here, learning it with her friend Maya Jacques, and I love it. Great sportsmanship, a lot with these racers. Both met everyone here out at the track. Good sportsmanship, having fun racing. Maya Jacques out of Regina with the truck. And Marley Breeze got to the top end first, 14:68, 17:11 for Maya Jacques. First call for pro, first call for pro. Let's go. 5 and 6, first call for pro. And it looks like we're going to get a third round time trial here, folks. Racers, get ready. Pro, you've been called. All right, Victoria Desjardins out of Regina. Up with Leah Jasic. Third time trial, pro, we need you in 5 and 6. Pro, let's go. Victoria Desjardins got the extra time on this 8th mile run, 0.63 to a 2:11. But Leah Jasic will cross the 8th mile first. She gets through at 11:92. Victoria's time at 13:74.
on the final pass here, second time trial. It is TT, that's right, Turbo Thomas, Jacek Flavin. And once again, Pro, we need you in 5 and 6. Pro, let's go. Third time trial.
All right, prepping the track here. Once again, Pro, we need you in staging lanes 5 and 6, third time trial. Let's go, 5 and 6. And that's right, Jody, we got her at the Mackenzie Auto Beer Gardens. She'll help you out. Thirst your quench. And not a bad day, Mother Nature. Thank you for straightening out. It'd be really nice if spring really came. We're going into summer next week. I think the temperature's supposed to be anywhere from 28 to 30. Oh, well, don't bitch, right? It could be snowing again. So let's get back into summer, right? Saskatchewan, what a great province, eh? All right, putting some traction compound down. Right now, great time to make our way down to the souvenir shop. We were talking a little bit earlier. We got to thank our friend Rich Bedford. Boy, he did a wonderful job putting this calendar together. 60 years of speed here at SIR, Saskatchewan International Raceway. And I just looked at the back page of this calendar. Man, oh man, you did a really good job, Rich. And Rich said, Mike, can you please apologize in advance? He wanted to include a lot of other racers, but he only had so much space. So if you were not in the calendar, he does apologize. He only had so much room, and I'll tell you, as an announcer, sometimes you can't thank everyone the way you'd like. You always kind of miss out on a few people's. But I'll tell you what, you guys know who you are. So anyone that's been involved for our last 60 years, thank you for getting us here. I know I've been with the track a couple times. I just did some figuring out the other day. I keep saying I just came back to the track, but I just kind of figured out my last stint here announcing here was, well, actually this year will be 14 years, but I keep saying I just came back because I did. Yes, I did take some time off. I got a couple daughters that were in their teenage years, and I wanted to spend time with my family. My girls were not gearheads, so I brought them out to the track, but they didn't like racing. So I figured we better focus on family for a few years, and then I came back to announce here at SIR. I've been at this track for a long time. Out of the 60 years, I got to say I've been with the track at least 35. I did staging when I first started. I helped the track announcer first when we did the card system up here. So for the first 5 years, I did a lot of the behind-the-scenes things. I met one of my best friends here at SIR, Wayne Chambers. He worked the burnout box. I worked staging. So lots of history, lots of good stories out of SIR. But anyways, we're talking about this calendar, and I'll tell you, you got to take a look at it. There is some in the souvenir shop. You may want to get them now. Yes, we're going to get a bunch more printed up. But I got to say, they did a wonderful job. And, Rich, you didn't just put one car on every month. The calendar started here in May with our racing season. And the calendar goes to December 2027. So it's kind of a 2-year calendar here for you guys. Pretty good deal. $25, I believe they're selling them. But take a look. Boy, we got a lot of different vehicles. We got the past, the present, and we got future drag racers featured on here with different rides. But the one first page I looked at, I thought it was pretty neat. We do have one of the legacies here, one of the Western Canada's oldest racetracks here. And we are very proud to say we did have a rocket car here. That's on the first page. And there was not really a lot to a rocket car. It was basically put a big bomb behind this dragster, light it, and let it go down the track. The track record back in 1976, folks. 76, okay. Rocket car, his name was Ray Alley. He ran a 488 all the way down the quarter mile at 325 miles an hour. Well, I'll tell you, man, when you want to talk about G-forces and stuff, holy smokes, 325. Jet Dragsters, we're lucky if they get around 300 miles an hour. But this was the rocket car, and unfortunately what happened was NHRA just kind of said, you know what, this is getting a little dangerous. So they banned them. So we were very fortunate in our early history. That was back, once again, 76. We did have a rocket car here at SIR. And that picture is in one of the first pages here. It's not a big picture and not a lot of car to it, but I believe the car ran on hydrogen peroxide. So basically you're working off of a lot of chemicals, right? Chemical reactions. And yeah, that's why they called it a rocket car, because it went bang when it went down the track. I think that would have been pretty neat to see back in the 70s. Another thing I like about this car, we see a lot of different vehicles. Some racers running different vehicles, painted differently. I'm just looking at the one, I love this one, Dennis Rosassin, and of course our friends, the Condors family. Wes Condors running the Rotary Deuce for how many years here at the track? All right, we're fired up once again. All right, the Battle Beast on the line first. David Giesbrick out of Aberdeen getting the third time slip with Henny Reimer. I met this guy last year in our season opener. This Volvo's got an LS6 stuffed in there. 250 shot nitrous last year what he's running. He might have changed it up a little bit this year. But what a neat Volvo. And this ain't your old Uncle Lars. Time with the keys breaking 023 to 076. Well, we got to wish this guy happy birthday. Ryan Magnus out of Unity, Saskatchewan, 2010 Camaro. The Misty Blue Camaro. Getting the time slip with our friends out of Yorkton, the Cam Busters, Frank and Barb Pohozoff. 77 Nova, sponsored by Napa Auto Parts, Value Tire, Sturgis Tire, and OK Tire. Ryan having to do some steering on that one, getting sideways on the starting line. Hose off an 074 reaction time. Got the reaction time, but it is Ryan Magnus straightening out, crossing the line, 11-10. All right, our next pair out of Southern Saskatchewan, Perry Duncan and Mike Alexander, both out of Regina. Alexander with the 64 Belvedere, Duncan with the 66 Biscayne. Through to 10-12. All right, Perry Fletcher out of the burnout box with Brian Hicks. A couple of more racers from Southern Saskatchewan. Hicks out of Regina. Fletcher makes his home out of White City, just outside of Regina.
0.27 to an 0.41. And it will be Fletcher across the line first. All right, Brad Procophew out of New and Lodge, 70 Maverick getting the time slip with Sydney Weeks. And I'll tell you, third generation Weeks. That's right, Ian. And her parents, Sydney's parents, Christy and Ramey. And then Sydney, third generation racing here. Love it. 64 Clara, up to 70 Maverick. Well, I have a fantastic day here so far. I'll tell you what, I've never seen the 62 Comet Mercury before. Harlan Cockwell, thank you for bringing that to the track. Harlan's got some other neat vehicles. Harlan getting the time slips with his Comet, up with Mark Harris out of Allen, Saskatchewan. Time gets through to 10:66 with the comment. 11:22 the time for Mark Harris. Mopar with Mopar. Rashina Grabowski, Stolen Dignity, approaching the starting line, getting the time slip with Ken Daly. Yes, we know the white Dodge out of Regina. Gonna lift the front wheels and ride the back wheels, Ken Daly. Saskatoon. Up with Andrew L. out of Balgonie, Saskatchewan, down south. Love the D100. Line with the truck at 969, 978 the number for Floyd Scribner. All right, the Queen City Performance 52 Chevy. Terry Wagner out of Regina getting the time slip with Heather Bennett. That's right, she's out of White City, just outside of Regina. And I'll tell you, she's a good drag racer. Rookie season's over. And Heather, you go get him, girl. All right, just cleaning up the Tiger Automotive Lane starting line. Now we'll get underway with our third round of time trials here. Once again, why we do time trials, folks? We do bracket racing here. We'll understand that as we get into elimination rounds. What these guys are doing is finding out who's got the best reaction time. Sometimes that gives you lane choice, gives you some preferences here. So the better reaction time, better qualifying here at SIR. If you're red light, well, you still get the time for your quarter mile, but qualifying kind of puts you behind the 8 ball. Looks like he's having some issues with the other ride, so what do? You bring out the Corvette, right? I'd like to thank his wife, Haley. We'd like to thank Haley as well, that's right. Big thank you to RWH Laser, Triumph Construction, Tyson Daranoski through with the Corvette. Runs at 12:46, 113 miles an hour. All right, looks like Glenn Wright's back to an electric vehicle here. He's driving the electric truck, I believe. He was running his gas-powered 72 Challenger. Looks like he had some issues. All right, our next pair, Jared McIntosh out of Outlook. 66 Chevelle getting the time slip with Lindsay Scribner. Second generation Scribner Racing out of St. Albert, Alberta. Ladies, for time slips on this round, Anita Henry with the Barracuda. Get the time slip with Outcast Racing. Kim G, that's right, Kimberly Gallagher out of Saskatchewan. First call, Super Pro. First call for Super Pro. 023 to 024. That round went to Anita Henry, 1077. 1102 for Kim Gallagher. I like it. He's got ketchup on the license plate. Our friends out of Viceroy, that's right, the Guyman family. That's Al behind the wheel, the 70 Duster, getting the time slip with another beautiful Mopar. That's right, Ryan Appleby, second generation Appleby with the 68 Charger. Like to thank Kendra, Kara, and Russ. Through the quarter mile. Terry Wagner, we need you in the tower. Terry Wagner, we need you in the tower. All right, Dwight Grzyzbowski out of Martinsville, 74 Duster, getting the time slip with Dale Weiss out of Regina with the old school racing. With the red eye, Dwight Grzyzbowski, 132 time through the top bend. 9:10:42 for Dale Weiss. On the line first, out of Bigger, Saskatchewan, Walter Frenette's with the Corvette, getting the time slip with the beautiful 62 Fury, Dave Fuzzy Carr out of Regina. Dave Fuzzy Carr. Super Pro, we need you in 5 and 6. Super Pro, let's go, 5 and 6. Well, the only perfect light so far today, Jake Fiesel during time trials. Out of Regina with the 87 Camaro, getting the time slip with Glenn Hendry. Oh, I guess Jay Steele got one here today, too. Thanks, Cheryl. Side by side, top of the quarter mile, it is a 10:46 for Jake Fiesel's Camaro, 10:55, the number on the mirror. Well, we got Plum Crazy was called the color purple. Then we got a license plate here that says Plum Fast. Floyd Chappell out of Grandora, 2010 Challenger. Looks like might be a single pass. Final call for Super Pro. Final call for Super Pro. Old school 068 reaction time got through the top end 11:00, 128 miles an hour.
All right, looks like Keith Desjardins with a single pass here. Dyna Crane, Deck Brothers, ABS Competition, and Pro Reaper Services. And Keith at 029 reaction time, making his way down the Tiger Automotive lane. And top end, Keith. All right, our next pair, Ryan Doherty, Harold Penner, Bad Influence Challenger with the red Fairlane. Well, looks like Doherty without the time slip. Penner got through to 10:17.
6 for our friend with the bad influence challenger. Time through to 10:47, 129 miles an hour. Dog, Camaro through 12:17, 9:43 for Braden LaRue. Final call for Super Pro. First call for testers, All right, Brandon Bennett out of White City, 84 Mustang, getting the time slip with the white Fairlane. Of course, that second generation Penner Racing. Nolan out of Martinsville, getting the time slips. Top 10, Bennett through, 9:24, 10:46. Second call for testers. Once again, anyone licensing, you guys come up anytime to stage and we'll get you licensed here. So if you're licensing today, you don't wait to be called. Testers, you are in your own class and you're being called right now. All right, good to see Grant Singer up here from Regina with his brother, 1990 Camaro. Super stock Camaro. And there's the launch. Singer pulling those front wheels. No 2.7 reaction time. Down the Tiger Automotive lane, and Grant Singer gets through to 9:30, 144 miles an hour. Approaching with the red and white dart. Getting the time slip with the Dragster, the Skopic family, Richard and Joan out of Saskatchewan, Provincial Vodka, Sewer Poland Mechanical, their sponsors. Slammer through thank these guys. Yes, 60th anniversary here at SIR. We got to thank the Lachamp family. They are the owners of Impression and Tread. They supplied all our clothing here this week. And going to be supplying it, yes, 60th anniversary. We're going to have a big celebration here in August. But I'll tell you, the Slayer, too, what a beautiful ride. Sean's had a few beautiful rides over the years, but that is one nice car. Looks like Sean having some issues. So it looks like it's going to be a single pass for our friends out of Watson, Saskatchewan. Kim and Lorianne Bernard. And Kim is on his game in 007 down the Tiger Automotive lane. How about an 892, 147 miles an hour? Testers, once go. That's right, final call for testers. Anyone licensing, you guys come up anytime you're ready. We will get you licensed. And everyone else, get called with your classes. Testers, you guys have your own class, and you're being called right now. Final call for testers. Steve. Well, I believe we did come up with a name for the car. That's right, the BB, the Blue Bullet. Lou Fontaine Jr. with the Falcon. She took some time off. She had a baby. That's right. The Brickner family adding to the drag racing family. Kim Awesomelak originally now makes her name Brickner. You might remember her. She is a MLA out of here, Saskatoon. And thank you, Kim, for mentioning us at the legislate the other day. Congratulating us for our 60 years of drag racing. And Kimmy, you haven't lost a lot of 008 reaction time, Mike. How about a 755, 176 miles an hour? I'd say this lady still got it. Fastest lady in Saskatchewan. Next pair, well, kind of family racing. Grant McIntosh, Scott Yaremko. We're just going to let him settle it on the drag strip, right? Grant with the Camaro. Scotty running the Pontiac Hanzo with Glenn Yaremko, the owner of the car. Through 8:13, 9:38 the time for our friend Grant McIntosh. Final call for testers, final call for testers. All right, Rich Harder back in the S10, Northern Blacktop, RWH Motorsports, Laser Auto Body, Triumph Construction. Getting the time slip at Cliff Ward, gets the clip back from Delmany with the Roadrunner. Joe Bergen giving him a hand this weekend. One-on-one with Cliff Ward, 038 reaction time. Rich Harder, 022. But it is Mopar this round, a 901 through the top 10, 1033 for Rich Harder. First call for Sportsman, first call for Sportsman. All right, this car is for sale. What a beautiful 96 Cutlass Olds Allen out of Saskatchewan. You want to get into Super Pro, what a beautiful car. Thank you again, Leroy Schmidt, for getting me to the track. I did have surgery about 3 weeks ago on my other hip, and yes, I am doing okay, guys. Sorry, I just couldn't get out and about today. I can't really walk very well yet. But we are getting closer. Al Allen through at 8:39, 9:21 for Leroy. Travis McBain on the line first, getting the time slip with the farm truck. Kelly Morrison, 1970 El Camino. Got some work in the pit still. 9:54 for the Sunbeam. All right, looks like a single pass for our friend Chris Kurgester. Chris and Catherine, 65 Belvedere. Chris Kurgester, 021 reacts time down the quarter mile, runs a 9:58, 139 miles an hour. Jamie Fiesel, we need you up in the tower. Jamie Fiesel. All right, that is Amy Schwab on the sideline watching Dad go down the track. Fred Schwab. I'll tell you, we're celebrating 60 years of drag racing. Fred, a big part of it as well. Lots of different vehicles here at SIR for him over the years. RWH Motorsports, his sponsor. Well, Schwab, boy, reacts time in 002, gets through the top 10, 11:43. And Terry McBain to of Regina. BBJ 5-star Link Trailer, Straight Stop, and Neighbors Mechanical. Yeah, Wayne went through what I just went through. We both got hips done. I think we're pretty hip guys, aren't we? I hope you're healing well, Wayne. Good run, Kim. Good job. Well, I believe it's going to be a single pass for our friend out of Passport Lake, Bob Diesel. Taylor Fiesel right behind out of Regina. Boat Auto, Buyer's Choice and Key Storage as sponsors. Cheryl just told me the pro ladders have been posted. Racers, you know what to do. Check out the ladder, make sure it's correct. If there's any problems, let us know, but the pro ladder has been posted. All right, the new ride, Jack Attack Friesen. I love it. Car came out of Eastern United States, New York area. And he's still getting comfortable with it. Licensing passed. Got through to 1018, and you know there's a lot more in it. All right, it is Tyson Darrenowski behind the wheel of the Corvette, and I like this change. Like to see the car back here, but it's diesel powered now. That's right. The Graff family, it's son Garner now running the car. Garner Graff ran it for a bunch of years. Hey, Paul, how you doing? Just saying good morning, but I think it's afternoon now, isn't it? I'm doing all right. It's been a tough day, but I'm doing all right. Thank you. And I know there's a light at the end of the tunnel. This hit feels really good right now. Well, reaction time's 076 to 070, but it is Connor Graff with the diesel-powered Malibu, and he gets through to 1029, 1206. Hard time for Tyson Darrenowski. Well, he broke 7 seconds, 775. You see the mid coming out. Dawson says he ran a mean Monte Carlo for a number of years. Well, I'll tell you what, this Camaro definitely has a lot of fun behind it. Colin G out of Rollo, Saskatchewan, helping out his friend Dawson Sayes. Gonna get the time slip. Don Giesbrecht out of Aberdeen. Oh, Dawson having a little bit of an issue. Thank you, Dawson. You did the right thing. You just pulled over. So Don Giesbrecht is going to go to the top end of the track, 11:01, but unfortunately, Dawson having some problems. All right, we got to help our friend Dawson out here. But Dawson, thank you so much. A racer that listened, guys. Can you believe it? Yeah, they do. Guys, you guys are on an adrenaline rush. We know that. But unfortunately, Dawson, right out of the starting box, had some problems. And once again, thank you, Dawson, for pulling over to the guardrail side of the road. Yeah, pulled over. We're going to come and talk to you. We're going to make sure there's no leaking fluids. And we can get this thing cleaned up as fast as we can. All right, first call for Junior Street Co-Pilot class. First call, Junior Street Co-Pilot class. Final call for Sportsman. Final call. And yes, some of the racers have congregated. That's right, the pro ladders have been posted. Once again, racers, you know what to do. Take a look, make sure the information is correct. If we got a problem, let us know. We'll get it fixed for the round. So once again, check out the pro ladder. It has been posted. Well, we're still working on that. Good time to make your way down to Hector's Grub Hub. That's right, Brad and April and the family will look after you. Congratulations, guys. You guys had your first concessions in the arenas, I believe, out in Martinsville, Warman. We're going to come and chat with you. We're going to get some ideas here, but don't move around too good here, guys. So we will visit with you sooner or later, but just not today. But the Ends family running Hector's Grub Hub. As well, make your way around. We've got, I think it is Jody working today. Mackenzie Auto Beer Gardens. So making sure you come up and say hi to her, give her a smile. She'll give you one back and maybe a nice frosty mug. Keep you nice and wet for this beautiful race day. I got to thank Mother Nature. Usually season openers, we don't get both days off. And I'll tell you, knock on wood, I think we're going to do her. And boy, I'm looking out there, and I tell you, I love that station wagon. I think that's an Oldsmobile Vista Cruiser. There we go. Hey, you don't have to just drag race to have a cool vehicle. Trust me, I'm a gearhead. I like seeing something a little unusual, and those, I have a lot of fond memories of those station wagons. It's a pretty cool car. Thanks for bringing it out. Thank you. Ed Desjardins, could you come to the tower, please? Ed Desjardins, we need you in the tower, please. All right, kind of getting busy here. We got down here and trying to figure out where we're at. I believe we're on the co-pilot class. That's right, Junior Street Legal. We need you in stage and lanes. There we go. Thank you, Linda. Well, you could just wave. You don't have to do a dance, but that's nice. I love it. Linda and Kurt Jackson, these guys have drag raced out at SIR for a number of years. Now, Linda just kind of got the new motor for her CUDA. She's probably going to keep it as a cruiser, I would think. You never know. But I'll tell you what a great idea. Grandma and Grandpa coming out here, bringing out the grandkids for the co-pilot class, having some fun drag racing, helping us recruit some new drag racers for our future. And it's her birthday. Who's driving there now? Oh boy, we're going to keep changing this, aren't we? Okay. Once again, pro ladders have been posted. Pro ladders have been posted. Box. It is on the line first. Evan Stephenson out of Saskatoon. 78 Aspen Super Coupe. Getting the time slip in the Majestic Flamin out of Regina. For Amanda Johnson Clamon. Amanda got through at 11:71, 12:24. The time for Evan Stephenson with the red eye. Our next pair, both Mopars out of Kenora. Chad Novak with the 2013 Dart, getting the time slip with Chris Langdon. Like to thank Mary, 74 Duster. Chad Novak with the red eye. Oh boy, Chris Langdon, you're on your game, bud. 008 reaction time, 11:51. 114 miles an hour through the quarter mile. All right, Sherry Gordon on the line first. This young lady has been drag racing here for a number of years. She was one of the first female racers here. Out at SIR, she makes her home out of Grandora, 2005 Magnum. And when she's not drag racing, she's tasting storm. She's a crazy lady. Sherry Gordon up with Owen Desjardins, getting the time slip out of Regina. Reaction time goes to Owen Desjardins, a 1:03, and the Vega mid-track pulling away. And top end, Desjardins' time, 12:17, 14:69, the time for Sherry Gordon. Well, he's back with the electric. That's right, Glenn Wright with his electric truck. Unfortunately, having trouble with the Challenger. Is going to finish the day with the truck. Glenn Wright getting the time slip with Garrett Gerwing out of Saskatoon, 2010 Charger. First call, Street Legal and Junior Dragster. First call, Junior Dragster and Street Legal. We need you in staging. Final call for the co-pilot Junior Street Legal class. Well, side by side, it is the electric truck. That's right out of Vanscoy. Glenn Wright, 12:86, 13:23, the time for the Charger. And boy, we're just about done with our third round of time trials. And Super Pro, the ladders have been posted. So Pro and Super Pro, your ladders have been posted on the tech booth. All right, Roy Wright with the other electric vehicle. That's right. That is Glenn's dad, Roy, with the Tesla. And it's a red eye for both of them. Jay Steele got the perfect light before. How about Jay's this round? 0011 red eye. My God, 1/1000 of a second? And that would have been pretty wild getting 2 perfect lights here today. Jay Steele gets 12:29 for Roy Wright. And Chantel Henry behind the yellow duster. Well, Chantel Henry got through to 12:79, 104 miles an hour, 031 reaction time as she left the line. All right, we were teasing these guys earlier. We've got Kurt Jackson, Linda Sabiston, and all their families. We got a bunch of grandkids racing here today. That's right. You got to be 13 years and older. You got to do a bunch of legalities. That's right. Lots of paperwork, but after that, you can come here, drag race as a family. And drag racing and economics don't really go hand in hand, but that's about the closest you got with junior street legal. And hey, you get to spend some time with your kids. So what they do is the kids will drive from the staging lanes to the starting line. They will run half track. They will come back on the return road, and then they will switch drivers. So we always have a licensed driver in charge. And Cameron Blanchard on 089 racks time to a 182, top of the 8th. Kaiden Farr got there first at 10:27. 10:98 for Cameron Blanchard. Street Legal, Junior Dragster, we need you in staging lanes. Street Legal and Junior Dragster, we need you in staging. All right, we got a name now. It's Laura Pitka out of Saskatoon with the Intrepid. Going down the track with Nikita, and we got to say she's going to be celebrating a birthday next week. So happy birthday, Nikita Blanchard. Well, Laura Pitka got the reaction time of 182 as she makes her way down the 8th mile. She gets through at 11:87. Nikita, 274 reaction time, got there a little bit quicker at 10:84. All right, our next pair, Lucas Guyman out of this row, Saskatchewan. I believe that's a Swift Current area with his new ride. Yeah, he ran Junior Dragster for a bunch of years. And I'll tell you, the Guyman family, they're gearheads. That's right, Dad driving with them. Jack Prokopiew out of New and Lodge with the Ford truck. Final call for Street Legal, final call for Junior Dragsters. Final call, Junior Dragster. Final call, Street Legal. And top of the 8th, it is Lucas Guyman through to 10:29, 11:65, the number for Jack Prokopiew. Well, it's been a long year. I'm trying to figure it out. Maya Jacques got the Orca now, but before she was running a Colorado, which was the Blue Whale. Don't worry, folks. I'm trying to catch up here. Just some of the painkillers right now, I'm kind of about a little bit behind. Anyways, Maya Zach up with Marty Breeze. And top of the 8th, it is Marty Breeze. 940 with the red eye. 1132 for Maya Jacques with the good light, a 177. Ed Desjardins, we need you in the tower, please. Ed Desjardins, we need you in the tower. Well, the battle of the Groff family. Hey, Sullivan in the truck, Shane with the car. And you know what? That 74 Apollo, I actually was in one of those vehicles. So that kind of brings me a lot of the memories back. I think we went to Banff on a ski trip in one of those. Well, the top of the 8th, it is Sullivan through first, a 14:03, 18:36 for our friend Shane. Chad Novak from Kenora with the Dodge Dart, getting the time slip with the red truck, Dodge Ram. That's right, the Core Rock construction cart of Dave Leverton out of Martinsville. Well, Chad Novak got the reaction time, but Dave Leverton mid-track pulling away with that Dodge Ram. And the truck's going to get through. Runs a 13.99. Chad Novak a 17.71. All right, our next pair, ladies getting the time slip. Kerry Reef with the 2014 Mustang. Sherry Gordon with the 2005 Magnum. Unfortunately, double red lights. And if we were into elimination rounds, the win would have went to Kerry Reef. Shoot a 1509, 1466 for Sherry Gordon. All right, Walter Fruit Loop Burnett's out of Bigger with the Corvette, getting the time slip with the Super Coupe out of Saskatoon, Evan Stephenson. Well, the Corvette Burnett's 1094, 1220 for Evan Stephenson. All right, second generation Jasic Racing. Taylor Jasic, that's right, Trevor's son. 2010 Camaro getting the time slip with Dad, that's right, Dad himself. Pontiac 92 Trans Am, Trevor. So first generation up with second generation. Well, Dad got the reaction time on this one in 065 to an 083, but son, Taylor Jasic mid-track pulling away with the Camaro, 1347. Trevor got through to 1462. Pro and Super Pro, your ladders have been posted. Pro and Super Pro, your ladders have been posted. All the other ladders will be following.
Well, double red lights on this round. Roy Wright with the Tesla would have taken the win. A 102 reaction time. Red Eye to an 044. Oh, I got that backwards again. Boy, I got to reverse the drugs maybe. 044 would have went to Matt Henry. There we go. 1149. 1228 for the Tesla. And these ladies are back at it again, but they're going to go the full quarter mile. Maya Jacques and Marley Breeze. Maya out of Regina, Marley out of Prince Albert. I'll tell you what, that's what's the great thing about SIR. You can make a bunch of great friends here from all parts of this province. We got PA with Regina right now. And it looks like Marley Breeze will get to the top of the quarter mile first. Marley's through to 14:62. Maya's time, 17:19. All right, a little bit of preparation, and we will conclude our third round of time trials. Thank you, racers and crews, for your patience. We did get 3 time trials in today. So thank you, Mother Nature. Everyone's participating with us today. And I wish everybody the best of luck. Once again, Pro and Super Pro ladders have been posted. All the other remaining ladders will be posted after the juniors. I do wish everyone good luck racing and everyone safe travels. Near and far, we definitely want to see you back. And that's right, 60th anniversary in August coming up. All right, Leah Jastic Flamin out of Regina. That's Mom helping her out here today. Leah down the track with the red eye through the 8th mile, 12:00, 52 miles an hour. All right, for the last time trial of today, points race number 1 of the 60th anniversary season here. We got TT, Turbo, Thomas, Tastic, Flamin in the VP fuel lane, up with Victoria Desjardins. Clean start at the line, 0.53 reaction time for Turbo Thomas, 179 for Victoria. And Thomas Tastic Flamin will cross the 8th mile first, 1184. Victoria got through 1379. And that is our 3 time trials. So once again, thank you racers and crews, we got through. So right now, good time to make your way down to Hector's Grub Hub, Mackenzie Auto Beer Gardens. As we're going to have a bit of a break, getting ready to line up our elimination rounds here. And drivers meeting in about 12 to 15 minutes. All right, and the rest of the ladders are being posted as we speak. Run, Cheryl, run. We need these ladders, Cheryl. I'm kidding, folks. She's not Gump. Forrest Gump? Is that the one? Run, Forrest, run. All right, the rest of the ladders will be posted. Pro and Super Pro. Your ladders have been posted. Once again, make sure the information is correct. And then we'll get at our drivers meeting at about 1 o'clock here. So about 10, 15 minutes. So yes, great time to make your way down. Talk to the Enns family. That's right, Brad and April Enns. Running Hector's Grub Hub. And boy, they're everywhere. They are expanding. We'll see what they do this year. But hey, if you need a concession, maybe you got a family reunion going on or something going on, doesn't hurt to talk to Brad and April. They do have trailers. They got ways of making it work. And they are doing a lot of different things, but it doesn't hurt to ask them. You know what? They do a pretty good job here. So once again, thank you, April and Brad Enns coming back. Well, we got Jody doing the beer gardens here. We're going to get busier as we go. Usually through the elimination rounds, that place fills up real quick. So make sure you make your way there. Once again, we got Brenda. We got the souvenir shop. And we are open. And I'll tell you, the calendars, we got 100 right now. Yes, we're printing a lot more. But Rich Bedford did one heck of a job on this. And I'm going through it up here in the tower a few times. What a wonderful calendar. Rich, you hit it out of the park. And yes, he asked me, Mike, can you please apologize for me in advance? Yes, it's hard to get everyone included. Rich tried to include as many people as he could, but he said there was going to be a few people not included. He does feel bad, but you know what? He did the best he could, and I'll tell you what he did. Pretty damn good job. So make your way down. It's interesting. They've got the past, the present, and some of our future drag racers here. So what a good job, Rich. Really appreciate it. Rich Bedford, check him out on Facebook if you need a photograph. All right, drivers meeting here, folks. In about 5 minutes, 5 minutes, drivers meeting. You guys know we're going to have it. And once again, a lot of familiar faces, a lot of new faces. Hey, we like that, a few new cars. But hey, 60th anniversary year for us here at SIR. Good to see everyone here. Good to see you guys. For those that don't know, yes, I did get my other hip fixed. That's why I'm not really walking around today. I'm a little bit in pain. We will be back, not the next race, but the race after. We'll chat with you a little bit better then. But I do wish everyone good luck during our racing as well. Safe travels near and far. Thank you once again. SIR, we could not be here for 60 years without you guys helping us. All our racers from all parts of our province, as well our friends from Alberta and Manitoba. We could not do this without you. So thank you so much for supporting us here at SIR. All right, racers and crews, track manager's meeting, track manager meeting coming up right away, so you should be making your way there. Track manager's meeting, we need you there, en route right now. All right, Pro, find your partner and let's go. First round of eliminations. Pro to the staging lanes. Find your partner and let's go.
Hey, you two get a room.
Well, just looking over the numbers here, looks like we're just over 100 vehicles here today. Don't know how many vehicles are still testing. Had a little bit of breakages, some guys using different vehicles. But over 100 vehicles for points race number 1. Congratulations. Good turnout, guys. Thank you. All right, pro, let's go. Pro, let's go. All right, round one eliminations. Once again, all racers, good luck to your racing as well. Safe travels for everyone traveling near and far. First race of the season, points race number 1, 60th anniversary, 2026 season here at SIR, Saskatchewan International Raceway. All right, the license plate says Misty. That's right, Ryan Magnus. Happy birthday. He's out of Unity celebrating his birthday. 11:10 dialed in. You're not going to hear reaction times here, folks. We're going to explain how our sport works. So right now, Ryan Magnus is taking on Frank Pahozoff out of York, then Gambuster. Frank's 11:94, 11:10 for Ryan. Frank will get the head start. And it is a clean start at the line. We're not going to announce reaction times because that gives the other person. We got radios out there, right? An FM transmitter. This round, our friend out of Yorkton takes the win. 12:02 on 11:94 I like it. The license plate says ketchup. Al Guyman out of Viscero, Saskatchewan. I believe that's Swift Current area. Valley Center Diesel, his sponsor 11:00 dialed in. 10:06 is Ryan Doherty. That influence is Doherty to have to wait. And it's Mopar with Mopar. Clean start of the line. And side by side, top end, it's Doherty. As Al Guyman through at 11:11 on 11:00 dial in. 10:12 the time on a 10:06 for Ryan Doherty. Regina. Good to see Perry Duncan back up with the 66 Biscayne, 10:50 dialed in. He will get the head start as our friend Grant Sanger's got 9:31 dialed in, 90 Camaro. So Grant will have to wait a little bit. So that was the reason for time trials earlier, folks. What happens, every vehicle is going to go down the quarter mile 2 different times. The idea is everyone puts their dial-ins on the back window. We offset the timers on the track. And the idea is both racers race through the top end, over at the starting line. It's not red light, unfortunately, Perry Duncan with the red eye. Grant Sanger, let's take a look at 9:31. So as long as you don't red light or you don't go faster than your elapsed time and you don't cross the center line,
You can win. It's not that complicated, is it?
All right, we got father versus son here. Floyd Scribner with Lindsay Scribner. 979 to a 968. Well, side by side, is it dad or is it son? And it is dad. Floyd Scribner with the big with the win. All right, in this pair of Southern Saskatchewan, out of Regina, we know Martin and Laureen Marchuk. 68 Mustang. Martin dialed in at a 1021. He'll get the head start as Andrew L. Belgoni. 970 dialed in. Looks like Martin having some problems on the starting line. So it's going to be a single pass for Andrew L. He cannot disqualify himself. Dialed in at a 970. Well, Andrew L. 970 through the top end at 975. It's not a bad number. He may want a little tighter number, but either way, Andrew L., you're in the next round of eliminations in the pro class. Out of Aberdeen, David Giesbrick, 1026. He'll have to wait a bit as Dale Weiss at 1046, 2/10 of a second difference out of Regina. Oldsmobile get a bit of a head start. Well, we got to thank Brenda Goebel for helping us out with the souvenir shop for how many years? And once again, no charge. She's a volunteer. Dale Weiss takes the win at 1050 on a 1046. David Giesbrick red on the starting line. All right, our next pair out of the Mercury, Jared McIntosh on the starting line first out of Outlook. 989 on the RWH Motorsports Chevelle. He'll have to wait as Glenn Hendry will get the head start at 1056 on Plum Crazy. Crazy top end at 1062. All right, our next pair up, it's the Corvette out of Bigger Saskatchewan, Walter Fruit Loop Burnett's. 1092 will have to wait as Mark Harris out of Allen, Saskatchewan, 91 Mustang, 1120 will get the head start. So once again, the time trials held earlier today, folks.
That is for lane position. If you have a better qualifying run or a good rapid time, you get lane choice. You get a couple of perks. Everyone wanted to know the number down the quarter mile. Mark Ayres right now, 11:20. Gets to 11:20. All right, Mopar, we're going to say that a lot over the weekend here. Rashina Grzybowski, Stolen Dignity. That's right, second generation Grzybowski Racing, 1041. She will get the head start as that beautiful black Charger out of Emerald Park, second generation Appleby Racing. That's Ryan Appleby, 978 dialed in, Precision Machine, PBJ 5-star, Bennett's Auto, ABS Competition. And you'd like to thank his family, that's right, Kendra, Kara, and Russ. Well, he doesn't have his ride ready. Tyson Daranoski out of Casa Rio running the Corvette here. Like to thank RWH Laser, Triumph Construction, Bridges Health, and Laser Auto Body. And of course, his beautiful wife, Kaylee. We'd like to thank her too. 12:06, Tyson gets the head start as Barry Fletcher out of White City. He's got the Bennett's Auto Repair, 64 Belvedere dialed in at a 10:21. One right at the line. So Tyson Daranoski, you are advancing to the next round. Our next pair on the line first. Outcast Racing, Kim Gulliher out of Saskatoon, 11:03. Sponsored by Superior Diesel, RWH and ABS Competition. Up with Dwight Grzybowski, first generation Grzybowski racing out of Martinsville. 11:90 dialed into 11:03. So we just about got a second difference on these cars on the starting line. Grzybowski takes the win. Mopar and Mopar once again. Yes, the white dart out of Regina. We know Ken Daly. 10:04 dialed in. He's got a bit of a wait as Sydney Weeks will get the head start on this one. Her 64 Polaire dialed in at a 13:02. Blue Rhino, JR Roofing, Bessie Custom Fabricating, CIWS. That's right, Canadian Industrial Welding Services and Propane Plus. Got some catching up to do. Will he do it? First call for Super Pro. First call for Super Pro, 5 and 6. All right, Barbara Stetner out of Regina with the red Camaro Metal Dynamic BBJ 5-star and Link Trailer sponsored. He's going up against Captain Fiesel, also from Regina, both auto buyers choice home inspection. 79 Nola, 1048. Captain will have to wait. Barbara will get the head start of 1310 on the cars.
right, I love this car. I love it when I see a car I haven't seen that model or year. 62 Mercury Comet. And Harlan Cookwell, I tell you what, Harlan, you've got a good stable of cars there. 1051 to a 1053. We might as well call this a heads-up race. 2/100ths of a second, folks. You want to see what that is? Watch the starting line. 1053 to a 1051. Start at the line. And Jabson Adden takes the win. All right, Braden Haru. That's right, the Scat Rat 442. Second generation Haru Racing, Laser Auto Body, RWH Motorsports, Triumph Construction. Scott, Glenn Yaremko, and Mom and Dad 947 dialed in. Going up against Brian Hicks. And it looks like we're going to shut her down. Somebody's seen something on the starting line. Didn't like what they seen. Brian Hicks, 1120 dialed in. While we're speaking about Braden, we definitely want to congratulate Devin Haru. He actually just won an award, leadership in curling. Handicap curling with CBC. So congratulations, Devin Haru. You make us proud. He's our guy at the CBC right now. And I love it when he comes back into town every once in a while. Get to announce a race with him once in a while. Well, how's Jody doing in the Mackenzie Auto Beer Gardens? Everyone doing all right there? She's looking after you. Can you wave your hands? Why are you waving your hands? It's a pretty hot out day here. You guys are making it smell out there, no? I'm just teasing with you. Yeah, I know. It's just an announcer. I don't listen to him either. Well, I was mentioning earlier, we definitely got to thank Brenda Goebel. This lady has donated her time. She's made our souvenir shop work since the day we opened it. So thank you so much for Brenda Goebel for doing what you do out here, as well as the Sean family. That's right, Sean and Cheryl. That's right, Impressions and Thread. If you need something, you got a ball team, you need some t-shirts and stuff, doesn't hurt to talk to them, right? But once again, thank you, Brenda. We got till about 3 o'clock here, folks, about another hour. So if you want to buy something in the souvenir shop, I believe it's going to be open till about 3 o'clock. And once again, Brenda, thank you for all your efforts, sweetheart. Good to see you again this year.
right, fired back up again. Warming up those rear tires once again. Braden Haru on the line first. Running the Olds Cutlass 442. 9:47, we'll have to wait. 11:20, Brian Hicks gets the head start. Quarter mile, it is Braden Haru through 9:62. All right, our next pair, it is called Plum Fast. It's called Plum Crazy, the color. That is Old School. Floyd Chappell running a different vehicle here this week and out of Grandora. 11:00 dialed in. He will get the head start as our friends out of Regina. Mike Alexander with the 64 Belvedere. He will have to wait at 10:18. Watch the starting line. And at the top end of the track, the win goes to Mike Alexander. I met this guy last year at our season opener, Henry Reimer out of Plymouth, Manitoba, which is very close to Neepawa, Manitoba. And I went through Neepawa probably about close to 30 years, and it was probably one of the nicest towns I've ever driven through anywhere. Clean, clean, clean. So always a pleasure to see Henry Reimer with the LS6 in this Volvo wagon. Watch the start line. There's the launches. Penner sponsored by K&M Auto and Harold Penner Trucking. And top end, it is Penner with the Henry Reimer looked like he broke out, ran a little too quick, a 980 on a 984. All right, Heather Bennett on the line. Looks like she's got a single pass, so either she got the by runner or the better day. 18 dialed in. Let's take a look. Heather Bennett out of White City. Good reaction time. She's on her game. 11:18. She goes through at 11:20. How about that? 200. The Dom family out of Regina. Doug Dom behind the wheel of 68 Camaro. It's his wife coming on the sidelines. Going to watch Doug make the run. 12:17 dialed in. Doug will get the head start. As our friends out of New Lodge, Saskatchewan, just outside of Hague, Brad Prokopiew, 70 Maverick. And it is a clean start at the line. Brad Prokopiew's got some real estate to get. And he does as it is Doug Dom. And our next pair, one of our perfect lights here today, Jake Fiesel. The other guy was Jay Steele with the perfect light. Jake Fiesel out of Regina, Advanced Electrical, Stamp Pro Lighting, Electrotech, 1050 dialed in. He'll have to wait as Keith DeJarle out of Regina will get the head start, 11:56 on Pontiac. Sponsored by Dinah Crane, Deck Brothers, ABS Competition, and Pro Reaper. Keith DeJarle with the win. Well, what's a guy to do when your vehicle, your gas-powered vehicle, has a problem? You pick up your electric vehicle, right? That's what Glenn Wright did out of Vanscoy. Was running a 72 Challenger. Hey, had some issues. Says, I'm running my electric truck. 1286 dialed in. You'll get the head start. Anita Henry out of Dundurn with the Plymouth Barracuda. Okay, Tyler Henry goes for it. 1077. Thank you as well. And it is Anita Henry with the win. All right, Brandon Bennett out of White City, 928 dialed in the 84 Mustang. He will have to wait as Nolan Penner at 1048 in the white Fairlane out of Martinsville will get the head start. Final call for Super Pro. Final call for Super Pro. Well, top end of the track, it is Brandon Bennett. First call for testers, stage and lanes testers, 1 and 2. First call testers, 1 and 2. All right, we've got Mopar with Mopar, both out of Southern Saskatchewan. Mark Bennett is a big part of our 60th year anniversary here at SIR. He's been drag racing for a long time. 928 on the Duster. He's going to have to wait as his friend Dave Fuzzy Carr. 62 Ferrari. He'd like to thank Mark Bennett, ABS Competition, Knight Auto Group, Serba Sand and Gravel, and Mike Alexander, 1157. Will get the head start. And it is Dave Fuzzy Carr. Good reaction time, Dave, in 002. Well, looks like another single pass. Kim Bernard, either his partner broke or maybe he got the bye run. Either way, that's why that reaction time comes in. If you got a good reaction time, you may get a spot on the ladder. Schulte Industries, Stein Electric, and RWH Motorsports is sponsor. 892 is the number he's looking for. Kim and Lorianne Bernard out of Watson, Saskatchewan. Top end, how about an 897, 5/100ths of a second difference. All right, that is Kelly Morrison leaving the burnout box. 1050 dialed in on the farm truck. He will get the head start as Richard Skopik out of Saskatoon. That's right, Richard and Jones, 2004 rear engine dragster. Provincial Vodka, Sewer Poland Mechanical, their sponsor, 817 dialed in.
Arlene Harder leaving the burnout box. She's running the 67 CUDA. She is dialed in at a 938. She's got a full second ahead as Al Allen out of Saskatchewan, 838. So 1 second difference on the cars. Al Allen sponsored by Driven Industries, RWH Motorsports. The car is for sale. Once again, testers, we need you in staging. Testers, we need you in staging. All right, Chris Kergessner's on the line first out of Dundurn. Chris and Catherine's 65 Belvedere, 957 dialed in. A bit of a head start is Wayne McKinnon out of Regina. GVJ 5-star Link Trailer, Stripe Shop, and Neighbors Mechanical, 931. So about 0.2 of a second difference on the stars. Through to 936. Dragster versus Dragster. Bob Fiesel on the line first. He is in the VP fuel lane, 902 on the green and white. Dragster, Taryn McBain, 788. Snooker Shack, Napa, LB Signs, Renegade Fuels, TR Petroleum, Diesel Medics, and Haga Mechanical, 788. She'll have to wait. Broke out. Oh boy, he didn't like his time slip, but not. All right, our next pair from southern Saskatchewan, Pasqua Lake, that is Jamie Fiesel. Fire Source Home Inspections, Vote Auto Regina, 880 dialed in. He'll have to wait as Jack Appleby will get the head start, a 930 on the door slammer. Testers, we need you in staging. Testers, we need you in staging. Side by side, top of that quarter mile, the round goes to Jack Appleby, 936 on a 930 dial in. All right, Cliff Horn out of the burnout box. He makes his home in Delmany, 901 dialed in. That's his good friend Joe Bergen helping him on the starting line. Cliff up against Richie Harder running the S10, 1035. Northern Blacktop, RWH Motorsports, Laser Auto Body, Tribe Construction. So we got over a second difference on here as Richie Harder will get the head start. Got through 907 or 901, but it is Richie Harder with the win. Sportsman
Sportsman. First call, staging lane, Sportsman. Staging lanes. Scotty Remco with the Acadian on the line first, 813 dialed in. Link Rentals, Laser Auto Body, ABS Competition, his sponsors. He will gap the weight as Travis McBain will get the head start at 9:54 with the Sunbeam Alpine. Travis out of Saskatoon, Snooker Shack, Napa, Renegade. His sponsors. Top 10, it's McBain. 9:57 or 9:54. What a reaction time. 0:05. Lorenzo 0:27 went through to 8:14 on 8:13. Definitely was lost at the starting line. All right, Grant McIntosh warming up those rear tires. 9:30, he makes his home out of Outlook, Saskatchewan. 9:30, he will get the head start as the Saskatchewan's fastest lady, Kim Breckner, 7:52 in that Austin Bantam. That's right, good to see the Austin Black family back. Kim with the new kid, expanding her family. Mike Austin Black out of Moose Jaw. So a 7:52 to a 9:30. Sportsman, we need you a second call, Sportsman. And Taylor Fiesel warming up the rear tires, 8:07, both auto, buyer's choice of Key Storage. Going up against my ride, that's right, Leroy Schmidt. He's always smiling, PBR Auction, Kelly Solheim. Thank you for the ride this morning, Leroy. 9:21 dialed in. You'll get the head start. 8:07 for Taylor Fiesel. Kelly Solheim, if anyone's on Facebook, he is facing some health problems. If you want, he does have a GoFund page set up by his niece. So sorry to hear about that, Kelly. Hope you do well. Just visited with him about a month ago. On an 8:07. And our next pair approaching the starting line, Fred Schwab at the 75 Hornet AMC out of Dundurn, RWH Motorsports. His sponsor, 1146, will get the head start. As Luke Fontaine, the BB Blue Bullet Falcon at the Baskets Catering, Preferred Collision and Glass, Haga Heavy Duty, Zell Countertops, Shield Coatings, and Daddadio. Of course, that's Lou Sr. 977, he'll have to good reaction times. The win goes to Freddie Schwab. 11:48 and 11:46 dial in. Sportsman, we need you in staging lanes. Sportsman to the staging lanes. Final call, Sportsman. Final call, Sportsman. All right, Barbara Stetner on the line with Don Giesbrick. Stetner and Don just doing some testing here. So Junior Street Legal and Junior Dragsters, we need you in staging lanes. Junior Street Legal and Junior Dragster, we need you in staging. Well, Red Eye, Barb's still working this thing out on 107. Reaction time for Don Giesbrick with the truck. And Giesbrick gets through to 10:95. Barbara's time, 13:93.
Class, and boy, I like this car, the 81 Malibu. Lots of memories. The Ennis family ran it way before Garnet Graff. Garnet Graff ran it for a number of years with a gas engine. Connor was a diesel guy, so he switched it over to diesel. I was wondering when this car, if it was going to come back out. There's Connor Graff. He's just doing some testing, figuring it out. All right, he shuts her down. 985, 101 miles an hour. All right, Jack Attack is back. Jack Friesen out of Osler. I love this Fiat Coupe. Still licensing. Yeah, he shut her down. Still lotting that car. 10:02 through the quarter mile, but he's just got to show he can control it, and he can drive that car. So good job, Jack Attack. Beautiful car here in the stables here at SIR. All right, now into Sportsman. Junior Street Legal, co-pilot class, and Junior Dragsters. We need you in staging, Junior Dragster and Junior Street Legal. We need you in staging. All right, Chad Novak with Roy Wright. We hear one vehicle, we don't hear the Tesla electric vehicle top end. Roy's got and it's Mopar with Mopar once again. Chris Langdon, Sherry Gordon. Chris Langdon with the Duster, 1150 dialed in. Like to thank Mary. 1459 for Sherry Gordon, so she'll get the big head start. Well, top end, it doesn't have to go that far as Chris Langdon took the win at the starting line. Sherry Gordon with the red eye. How you doing, Mr. Kurt? All right, our next pair, owned Desjardins out of Regina, running the 76 Vega. Pro Reefer Mobile Truck. Dyna Crane, ABS Performance, Meterman Incorporated, Link Trailers, and Deck Brothers Performance. 1221 to a 1222. 1/100th of a second. You got a head-up race there. And it's over at the line, unfortunately, owned Desjardins with the red eye. Wow. That would have been pretty cool. Pretty well a heads-up race. Evan Stephenson, 1222. Right on the number. All right, Jay Steele running a different vehicle. He got a perfect light a little bit earlier today. Superior Diesel, RWH Transmission, and Mr. Transmission. No, that's RWH Motorsports. We got transmission there twice. Outcast Ray, oh boy, Jason missed it by 002-1000. Mountain Johnson Flaman takes the win on the starting line, 1166. Top end, 1178.
Well, I'm sure Glenn's going to talk to Mike and say, you know what, Mike, that's why I like electric vehicles. They're more reliable. Anyways, while he was running a gas-powered Challenger earlier, had some issues. What's the guy to do? He switches it over to his electric-powered truck. $12.88 for the electric truck of Glenn Wright, going up against Santel Henry with the yellow Duster, $12.79. So about a 1/10 second difference on these vehicles. Our pair, it is Glenn Wright with the electric powered truck with the win. $12.93 and a $12.88 dial-in. All right, Junior Dragster's final call. I think we're done, yes. I think we're waiting for one more. No, we're not going to do her. Okay, what? All right, Garrett Gerwing out of Saskatchewan. Single pass. All right, there we are. Victoria making her way. Yeah! All right, just about through the first round of eliminations here, folks. First points race here of the 2026 season. That's right, celebrating 60 years of speed here at SIR. All right, we are into the junior street legal. We call it the co-pilot class. You've got to have a person with a driver's license and a vehicle. You got to be 13 years and older. Yes, you got to fill out a lot of paperwork, but once you do all that fun stuff, you can come drag racing with us, right? We've got Cameron Blanchard, 1080 dialed in on the White Ram Sport. 1080 to 1132, Jack Procopue out of Newen Lodge. So Jack is going to get the head start on the 8th mile. And top of the 8th mile, the round went to Jack Procopue, 11:41, 11:32 dial in. And this lady is going to be celebrating a birthday next week. Nikita Blanchard out of Bradwell, 1085 dialed in. She will have to wait as Laura Pitka out of Saskatoon, 1169 dialed in. We'll get the head start for the 8th mile. And clean start at the line. And top of the 8th, Laura Pitka took the win, 1177, 1169. He was showing pictures. He has been working on this truck. Lucas Guyman out of Vicero, Saskatchewan, 1025. And looks like him and his dad, Al, going to have a single pass down the 8th mile. Well, Lucas got out the gates a little too quick, an 0-1-0 reaction time with a red light. But either way, we'll still get the time slip for the 8th mile. Still into eliminations. Just can't do it with other competitors, right? 10:31 and 10:25. I think you got the right number, Lucas. And looks like Kaiden Farr will complete this one. It'll be a single pass for him as well. 10:26 dialed in for the 8th mile. Well, Kaiden, you can't red light during elimination rounds, but at 10:26 down the 8th mile. 10:29, my friend, you got a good number on there. Just got to work on that reaction, a red eye on that one. All right, Pro, we need you in the staging lanes. Find your partners, and let's go one again. 3 and 4, 3 and 4. Pro, we need you in 3 and 4. Awesome sportsmanship out there, guys. Awesome job. All right, brother and sister. But I don't think they're brother and sister on the track, are they? Sure they are. The Jacek Flamin family, that's right. TT Turbo Thomas in the VP fuel lane. Up with Leah, that's right. Jacek Flamin out of Regina. She's in the Tiger Automotive lane. So it is the battles of the Jacek Flamin family. Pro, we need you in staging lanes 3 and 4. Pro to 3 and 4. Let's go. And it is a clean start at the line. 1194 for Leah. 1180 for Thomas. And top end. It is Thomas with the win. 1194. He advances in the next round. 1194 and 1180. 1207 on a 1194 dial in for Leah. Victoria Desarle, Dyna Crane Services, Deck Brothers, Lake Trailers, and Pro Reaper Services. 1376 crossed the line at 1388 with the single pass. She will be meeting the TT guy himself, Turbo Thomas, in the Junior Dragster final. All right, Pro, we need you in 3 and 4. Pro, let's go.
All right, Pro, once again, find your partner and let's go. Second round of eliminations. Let's go. Track is almost prepped. Pro, let's go, let's go.
Test. Super Pro 5.6. Super Pro 5.6.
All right, top end of the track, it is Ryan Appleby with the win with the black Charger. Next pair up, Plum Crazy out of Dundurn, Glenn Hendry, OK Tire and Moto. Hendry's Motorsports 1062 to a 1052, 1/10 of a second difference. Dale Weist out of Regina with the olds. Let's take a look at 1/10 of a second. What is the difference on the starting line? Not very much. Number 1047 on a 1052, so Dale takes the win with a breakout. As our friend Glenn Hendry red lit on the starting line. I need a Hendry out of Thunder with the Barracuda. OK Tire, Hendry's Motorsports. Thanks, Glenn. 1082, we'll get the head start as Ken Daly out of Regina. 1009 with the 71 Dart. Staging lanes, Super Pro, we need you in staging lanes. All right, the Bad Influence Challenger, Saskatchewan, Ryan Doherty, Lindahl Concrete Supply, 10-12 dialed in. Ryan Doherty up against Regina's Mike Alexander, 10-21. Oh boy, 1/10 of a second difference on these low bars. Sportsman, Mark Bennett, ABS Competition, Knight Auto Group, Serba, Sand and Gravel, and Mike Alexander, 1165. He'll get a bit of a head start as Mark Harris out of Allen, Saskatchewan, 1123 dialed in on the 91 Mustang. well. 11:25 and 11:23, 200/100ths of a second. Fortunately, the dreaded red lights at the starting line. All right, Bud Scribner on the line. 992, Karika Downhole Services. Floyd making his home out of Saskatchewan now, taking up Brandon Bennett from White City, 926 on the Mustang. guardrail side. It is Brandon Bennett. 942 and a 926. He seen what was happening, decided to slow it down. All right, we're just going to check out that VP fuel line, or sorry, VP fuel lane. Fuel line. Yeah, there's been a few of those going here today, but we're going to check out this track here, make sure everything's okay. Floyd Scribner having some issues. Super Pro, we need you. Super Pro, let's go. Testers 1 and 2. Testers 1 and 2. And top end, Braden Haru with the win up against Brad Prokopiew. Testers. All right, our next pair up, Jansen Atten out of Outlook, Chevy Camaro, RWH Triumph Construction, and hey, thank you Tyson and Jansen for all your work with the home quarter drag and drive. That's going on again this year. 10:53 dialed in. He will have to wait. Frank Mahozoff will get the head start. 11:97 on the 77 Nova. Well, Johnson now takes the win at 10:58 on a 10:53. Well, his ride's not ready. What's the guy to do? Well, you bring out the Corvette, Tyson Daranoski. Like to thank RWH Laser Auto Body, Triumph Construction, Bridges Health, and Laser Auto Body, and of course his lovely wife Kaylee. We'd like to thank you as well, Kaylee. He's running the Corvette 12:10. We'll get the head start as Captain Fiesel to Regina 10:53 on the Volt Otter Buyer's Choice Home Inspection Nova. Wow, Tyson Daranoski had the reaction time, no 04, but Camden Fiesel, he takes the race. Camden First call was Street Legal 3 and 4, Street Legal 3 and 4, Testers 1 and 2. All right, the red Fairlane, of course, that's Harold Penner. Pop Penner out of Martinsville. K&M Auto, Harold Penner Trucking. 10:20, we'll get the head start as Andrell out of Algoni, Saskatchewan. 9:73 on the green truck. And that D100, beautiful ride. Top end, Andrew L. will take the win at 9:79 on 9. Street Legal in Egan Staging Lane. Street Legal as well as Testers. And Keith DeJarle, Dinah Crane, Deck Brothers, ABS Competition, Pro Reaper Services, 67 Pontiac Beaumont. 11:54 with the single pass. Want to make sure the number's going to work. He can't do anything to put him out. Just wants to make sure that 11:54 takes him into the next round. Well, Keith left with the red eye, but that's all right. 11:64 through at 11:54, 1/10 of a second difference. He can play with the number, but either way, Keith, they're in the next round. All right, we got Door Slammer with Dragster. That's right. Richard and Joan Scopic out of Saskatoon. They're driving the Provincial Vodka Sewer Pulling Mechanical. 817 dialed in on that Dragster. Richard will have to wait as Jack Appleby. Jack and Shannon, 72 Dart, 933 dialed in. Both out of Emerald Park. He will get the head start. And it is Richard Scopic with the win. Well, this car's for sale. What a beautiful 96 Cutlass Olds. Al Allen out of Saskatoon. Sponsored by Driven Industries and RWH Motorsports. Yes, the car is for sale if you want to get into Super Pro. What a beautiful car. It's getting up against Rich Harder. That's right, RWH Motorsports S10. Dialed in at 1036. Richie will get the head start. And top man, it is Al Allen. 841 and an 840. Wow, good job, Al. All right, the fastest lady in Saskatchewan. She took a year off. Yes, they added to their family. That's Kim Breckner with the 32 Bantam Altered, or Austin, sorry. And that is Mike Awesomak out of Moose Jaw, the crew chief, helping him out. So Kim Breckner, 756 to an 895 for Kim and Lorianne Bernard out of Watson, Saskatchewan. All right, Kim Bernard with the win, 900 and an 895. All right, Taryn McBain making her way back on the starting line here out of Saskatoon. Snooker Shack, Napa, LB Signs. Renegade Fuels, TR Petroleum, Diesel Medics, Hager Mechanical. 790 on the Dragster. And it looks like Wayne McKinnon not going to be able to make the run. And Taryn's on her game, an 018 reaction time. 790 is the number. How about a 792? 2 100, so the second difference. Street Legal, final call. Street Legal, we need you in stage and lanes. Final call for Street Legal. And Taylor Fiesel warming up the rear tires on that 2001 Dragster. Bolt Auto, buyer's choice. So Taylor Fiesel will have to wait. He's got an 812 dialed in on that Dragster. Boy, oh boy, Fred Schwab, 1146. We got about a 2.5 second difference on these cars. Fred Schwab out of Dundurn. 75 Hornet AMC. RWH Motorsports, his sponsor. Well, the Dragster's catching up. Does he have enough?
Forza will take the win as it's a double breakout. Both cars breaking out. Taylor Fiesel, you're in the next round. And looks like Travis McBain with the single pass. Snooker Shack, Napa. Renegade Fuels, TR Petroleum, Diesel Medics, Haga Mechanical, and LB Signs. 956 for the single pass. And top, how about the 956 with a 7? And a 003 light. Travis McBain, you're ready for the next round. All right, Junior Street, Junior Dragster, come to the staging lanes. Junior Street, Junior Dragster, we need you in the staging lanes. And Jack Attack is back. Jack Friesen out of Osler. It's the new ride for him, 38 Coupe. Fiat, that's right, came out of Eastern United States. What a nice ride. Still licensing, getting a feel for that car. And he's on the throttle. How about a 943, 138 miles an hour? Barbara Stetner up for a test pass. Camaro. All right, it is Roy Wright with the Tesla. Marley Breeze out of Prince Albert up with Roy Wright, double red eyes. And it looks like the win goes to Marley Breeze as Roy got red lit first. Tesla 2 to 1254, 1467 for Marley Breeze. Construction Dodge Ram truck. That is out of Martinsville. Dave Leverton of 1398. Dave will have a bit of a head start as the Super Coupe out of Saskatoon. Evan Stephenson, 1220 dialed in. We'll have to wait.
Well, Leverton with the red eye. Evan Stephenson will take the win. 12:20 through the top end. How about a 12:21? Evan Stephenson, you are on your game here today. All right, I think our junior street legal are all there, as well as our junior dragsters. I think we're just waiting for Thomas, aren't we, the Turbo Man? All right, Maya Jacques out of Regina, 17:20, up against Chad Novak, 17:75. Well, folks, it just shows you don't need a fast car to drag race. You can take the family ride down here in Sportsman. And at the top of the quarter mile, it is Chad Novak with the win as Maya did the old red eye at the starting line. All right, Trevor Jasic, our SDRA president on the line, 1462 dialed in on the red Trans Am. He's up against Sullivan Gropp. Hey, Sully, good to see you again, bud. He's dialed in at 1400 with the truck, 1462. So Sully will have to wait. Well, at the top end, it is Trevor Jasic with the win, 1480 on a 1462. That was definitely reaction times on that one. All right, we got Taylor Jasic. That's right, Taylor's the son of Trevor. 1350 on the black Camaro. And Taylor will have to wait as Carrie Reap out of Saskatoon, 2014 Mustang. She's got her Mustang dialed in at a 1509. Well, Taylor's got some ground to cover. Will he do it? No, it's over at the starting line. Kerry, unfortunately, with the red eye. So Taylor Jasic, how about that? Taylor, you ran the number of 1350 with a 6. Man, oh man, you remember a lot of things from Junior Dragster, don't you? Good job, buddy. Run right on your dial-in. Well, I'm trying to read the back of Shane Groff's back window. I can't really read it too well. I'm kind of blind in one eye and can't see out of the other, eh? Maybe I'll see you later. Oh, he wants his truck back. Oh, we got family feud going on here. Shane, you're an awesome dad, I'll tell you right now. Shane up against the Corvette out of Bigger, Saskatchewan, Walter Fruit Loop Burnett's. And yes, this is a headhunt race, folks. There is about 7 seconds difference between these vehicles. And Walter Fruit Loop Burnett's has a lot of ground to cover. Will he do it? He does, as Shane Gropp, he did break out. So you never know, but I'll tell you, Walter's just got to be panicking a bit. 11-12 through the top end on a 1093 dial-in. All right, 2-wheel versus 4-wheel. I love the bikes. Matt Henry out of Dundurn running the Suzuki GSXR. Sponsored by Henry's Motorsports. I'd like to thank Mom and Dad, Glenn and Anita, of course, 1145. And, of course, Matt's going to have to wait because the 4 wheels of Sherry Gordon, it's going to take her 1471 to get down the track. She's going to get the head start.
Well, Matt Hendry crouching down. He's got a ground to cover here. Will he do it with the two-wheeler? And top end, it is Sherry Gordon, 1477. It came down to reaction time, so Sherry will get into the next round. All right, Jack Prokopiew out of New and Lodge, Saskatchewan, just around the Hague area. 11:32 will get the head start. Is guiding far. 10:28. I guess we're going into 8 mile racing. That's right. We call it the co-pilot class. So you want your truck back, do you, Shane? And clean start at the line, top of the 8th mile. And Kaiden Farr took the win at 10:36 on a 10:28. Jack Prokopiew, 12:09, 11:32. These guys are still working on reaction times and all that fun stuff. They're still learning how to drag race, but I'll tell you what, they're having a good time doing it. Thank you, guys. Well, looks like Laura Pitka got the by run on this one down the 8th mile. 11:69 was the number. She goes through at 11:88. Well, you need to tighten it up a little bit, Laura, but you know what? You're doing good. You're in the next round, and you are going to get stronger round by round. All right, Lucas Guyman out of Viscero, Saskatchewan. He's doing some wrenching on this truck. It's his truck, 1030 dialed in. And it's a 3/4 ton, is it? 2500 series. Lucas going up against Maya Jacques out of Regina with the Orca. Colorado is a Blue Whale. This is the Orca. Pro Reefer Mobile, Dinah Crane, Meterman Incorporated, Tech Brothers, and Lane Trailer Rentals. And top of the 8th mile, it is Lucas Guyman out of Viscero, Saskatchewan, 10:38 on a 10:30 dial-in. Pro, we need you in staging. First call for Pro, 3 and 4. We need you in staging. All right, just doing a little bit of preparation for our junior dragsters. These guys running 8th mile. We're going to open the gate and up the top end.
right, the Junior Dragster final here. Victoria Desjardins out of Regina. Dinah Crane Service and Deck Brothers, Link Trailers, and Pro Reefer Services up against the TT. That's right, Turbo Thomas. Jessic Flamin, 1180. So we got about a 2-second difference between these racers. All right, Pro, we need you in 3 and 4. First call, Pro, let's go. 3 and 4, let's go. Second call, Pro, 3 and 4. Second call, Pro, 3 and 4. Well, it is a clean start of the line. Today's winner in Junior Dragster. Congratulations! TT, Turbo Thomas, Jessic Flamin, 1197, 49 miles an hour. Victoria, 1411 on a 1380. But it is Thomas. That's right, the winner today. All right, third call for Pro, 3 and 4. Pro, let's go. I think somebody wants a truck back, I heard. Yeah, you just keep walking, mister. Unless you got an ice cream cone, I don't want to see you. All right, just touching up the track here. We'll get underway. We're about halfway through, just about there. It's the bottom section now. We're going a little bit quicker. We started out with 46 cars in Pro. Now we are down to 12. All right, congratulations, guys. Good job. Victoria. Good job, guys. All right, let's hear it for TT Turbo Thomas, today's winner. Congratulations, guys. Good job. I think you sing better than you race, though, no? I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
First call for Super Pro 5 and 6. Super Pro 5 and 6. Let's go. All right, Black Beauty's coming up on the line. Beautiful Charger out of Emerald Park. Ryan Appleby. Like to thank Kendra, Kara, and Russ, as well as Precision Machine, BBJ 5-star, Bennett's Auto, and ABS Competition. 980 for our friends in the DP Fuel lane. 1013 for our friend in the Tiger Automotive lane. That's Bad Influence Challenger, Ryan Doherty. Windmill Concrete Supply is and it's a red eye for Bad Influence. The wind goes to Ryan Appleby. 980, he goes through the top end with a breakout. 10, oh no, he slowed it down. 1074. Reading too many numbers again. Slow down, Mike. I think the diagonal is starting. All right, our next pair, both out of Regina. That is Grant Sanger with the Camaro, up with Dale Weist with the 7442. So Grant Sanger, 939 dialed in, 1050 for Dale Weist. Dale Weist, how about a 1050? Super Pro, we need you. Super Pro, 5 and 6, let's go, we need you. All right, our next pair, both out of Regina. Dave Fuzzy Kerr with the 62 Fury. Ken Daly with the 71 Dart. Time goes through to 10. First call for testers 1 and 2. First call testers 1 and 2. Final call for Super Pro 5 and 6. Final call for Super Pro. All right, our next pair, both out of Southern Saskatchewan, White City, Brandon Bennett, 84 Mustang, 927. Starting with the D100 truck. Now, look at that. Red eye, but it's a perfect light for Andrew L. 977 right on the number. Andrew L. Good run, buddy.
right, our next pair out of the burnout box, Braden Haru out of Saskatoon, Laser Auto Body, RWH Motorsports, Triumph Construction, like the Thanks Scott and Glenn, Mom and Dad, 947 on the Cutlass 442, and he will wait as Camden Fiesel, our friend out of Regina, will get the head start. 1052, Vote Botto, Buyer's Choice Home Inspections, his sponsors. Top band, Braden Haru, 950 on a 947. Once again, testers 1 and 2, testers 1 and 2, Super Pro, let's go, final. First call for Sportsman, 3 and 4. First call for Sportsman. Well, at the top end, it's Keith DeJarle with the win. 11:59 and 11:54. Johnson Adden had a 10:53, went through at a 10:54, but it was definitely reaction times on that one. About 5/100ths of a second difference.
He walks 100, so he ran a 59. So whatever it is.
All right, testers, we need you in staging lanes. Testers 1 and 2. Sportsman 3 and 4. And the round goes to our friends out of Watson, Saskatchewan, Kim and Lorianne Bernard, $8.99 on an $8.95. All right, we got an elimination round with the McBain family. Boy, Heather's going to have fun later tonight. I don't think anyone's going to pass the potatoes in that family, are they? Dad, can you pass me the potatoes? Hell no! You're beating me in the drag race, right? All right,
First call, Junior Street. First call, Junior Street 5 and 6. Sportsman, Sportsman, we need you in the staging lanes. All right, this car's for sale. Al Allen out of Saskatoon. Driven Industries, RWH Motorsports is sponsors. 96 Cutlass dialed in at 840. Will have to wait a little bit as he will get the head start as Richard Scopa. Richard Vodka and Super Pro Mechanical is sponsors. And it's the Scopics with the win. All right, Barbara Stettner out of Regina making a test pass, the 82 Camaro. All right, Junior Street, we need you. Final call, Sportsman. You didn't forget about me, Leroy, did ya? I got a feeling I'm going to be thumbing it home. All right, it's Chris Langdon up against Garrett Gerwing. Langdon out of Regina, Gerwing out of Saskatoon. The win, 1163 and 1158. Garrett Gerwing, you see, was a bit about on the brakes, a little bit too slow. He breaks out, ran a little too quick. All right, our next pair, it is Evan Stephenson out of Saskatoon, 1220 for the Super Coupe. And he will get the head start as Amanda Jacek Flaman out of Regina, 1170 dialed in. Looks like Amanda having some issues. She's trying to turn it to the side. So Evan Stephenson, if he's watching, I was going to say, hopefully he doesn't break out. He doesn't. Ran a 1221 on a 1220. But I think we're going to have to go take a look. It looks like she's still under power. But we do appreciate if you just stop, just in case. You can't see if we're leaking or not.
comes up for that, they say, well, I don't want to race it for that. Well, just come up for normal. In the grandstands and street. Oh, yeah. Right, oh, yeah, for sure. My neighbor came to I blew the cookie that yellow dragon wagon. And runs a Canadian. And my neighbor came on 2 years ago, and he had been here for 60 years. And he said the same thing. He said, your car back then would have been featured. But he said, it's just crazy. On our big weekend this year, so you're probably your last year. We have 9 dragsters coming in. We'll take a dragster. We'll run 5.287. If you watch it on TV, it's nitro injected. It's not alcohol. It's nitro injected. And he will run 5.
All right, look at the top end. We just about got the car cleared. We can't race with a car at the top of the track, right? We got to make sure our friend Amanda Jessic Flamin is back safe in the pits. So we're just waiting for her to get towed down here. We're just about getting ready underway. It is close. We still have a couple more rounds, then we're into the finals. So what a great start for our points race number 1, our 2026 season. Once again, 60 years of speed here at SIR.
But thank you again for coming.
All right, Glenn Wright with the electric truck with Roy Wright. We got son versus son, or father. There we go. And the win goes to son. Glenn Wright advances the next round with the Ford truck. All right, Pro, we need you in 3 and 4. Pro, 3 and 4, testing 1 and 2. Another licensing pass for our friend. That's right, Jack Attack Friesen. And I like this Alter, 995, 132 miles an hour. All right, Pro, we need you in 3 and 4. Pro, let's go. 3 and 4. Testers 1 and 2. Testing 1 and 2. All right, Lucas Guyman out of Vicero, Saskatchewan, 10:28 through the 8th mile, takes the win. Laura Pitka, unfortunately, with the red eye. You done great today, Laura. You red lit at the starting line, but hey, keep banging away. You're a good drag racer. So it is going to be Lucas Guyman up against Kaiden Farr out of Saskatoon. And Lucas broke out, ran a little too quick at 10:28 on 10:34. So you may want to adjust that number. But Lucas, you are in the final. Congratulations, Lucas. You are in the final with Kaiden Farr. Good job. And Laura, you went through the rounds here today. Good job. Keep slugging, girl. You're becoming a very good drag racer. Keep going. All right, Kaiden, you're in the final. Congratulations, young man. Fourth call, Pro 5 and 6, 3 and 4. I can't remember. 3 and 4. There we go. Pro 3 and 4. Testing 1 and 2. Well, we're just about halfway there, getting into the semifinals, then finals here. Pro, we need you in 3 and 4. Testers 1 and 2. First call, street legal 5 and 6, street legal 5 and 6, pro 3 and 4, pro 3 and 4, and 1 and 2 for testers, 3 and 4 for pro. Let's go. Final call for pro. All right, pro, we need you in 3 and 4. Let's go. Pro 3 and 4. Testers 1 and 2. Testing 1 and 2. Street legal 5 and 6. Let's go, guys. All right, guys, pro, we need you in 3 and 4. Let's go. Pro 3 and 4. Testers 1 and 2. Testing 1 and 2. And street legal 5 and 6. Let's go, guys. All right, looks like pro's in staging. You look like you're doing good, Wayne. How's it going? You're recuperating? Yeah, I just got my other hip done 3 weeks ago, so I really didn't want to be here today. But the dilating's happening. But you feeling good, my friend? Yeah, I see the light at the end of the tunnel too, I tell you, man, but 3 weeks ago, wow. It's better recovering in this weather. The first one was in February. You had to worry about ice, you had to worry about snow, and you're worried about falling. And Carlene, thank you so much. I know my wife wants to divorce me right now. The second hip did go better. I became more politer. I was very sleep deprived, so I'm not a very grumpy person. So I wasn't a person I was for 2 weeks, and I really didn't like who I was. But we bought some flowers. We've patched it up. 38 years of marriage. I think we're going to make 39 so far, maybe. She hasn't put the gun away yet, but no, good to hear, man. But how about, okay, and you got the shoulder, man, you got lots of stuff going on. So thank you for keeping me informed, and hey, all the best to you, man, because we know it. If you don't have your health, we're screwed, right? And we're pretty hip guys, aren't we? I wanted to go play for the Tragically Hip, right? All right, Pro, we're ready to go. Junior Street Final, 1 and 2. Junior Street Final, first call, 1 and 2. All right, our next pair out of Southern Saskatchewan, out of Regina, we've got the Pontiac Beaumont, Keith the Jarley, Dyna Crane, Deck Brothers, and ABS Competition, Pro Reefer Services, 1157 dialed in. Keith will get the head start as our friend out of Balgoni. Andrew L. will get the 977 dialed in on a D100. And he will let Keith have a bit of a head start. He's got some ground to cover. Jarley, 1159, 1157 dial in. All right, our next pair, both out of Southern Saskatchewan. Once again, Emerald Park. Ryan Appleby would like to thank Kendra, Kara, and Russ, as well as ABS Competition, Bennett's Auto Repair, BBJ 5-star Precision Machine, 980. He'll have a bit of a head start as our friend out of Regina, Grant Sanger, 940 on that Camaro. Sanger brothers down, that's right, brother watching on the starting line. On the starting line, out of the groove. All right, final call. No one's testing. Junior Street Final, 1 and 2. Junior Street Final, 1 and 2. All right, a couple heavy hitters on the line. Ken Daly out of Regina, the White Dart, 10-11. He'll get the head start as Braden Haru, 947 on the Cutlass 442. And Braden would like to thank Mom and Dad, Scott and Glenn Uremko, as well as Triumph Construction, RWH Motorsports, and Laser Auto Body.
47. That's right, double breakout. And Braden Haru takes the win. First call for Super Pro 5 and 6. First call for Super Pro 5 and 6. Well, it's a clean start at the line. And it is Evan Stevenson with the win, a 12:20 on a 12:19 dial-in. Walter Fournette's 10:94 and a 10:93. Came down to reaction times. 1/100th of a second between the runs, or the cars. So, yeah, that makes sense. Wow, what a tight drag race. All right, our next pair is good to see Taylor Jasic back, 2010 Camaro. He started with Junior Dragsters. Good to see him having fun with the old boys. 1350 dialed in. He will have to wait. Sherry Gordon will get the head start with the 2005 Magnum out of Grandora. 1471 dialed in. Well, another clean start at the line. And top end, it is Sherry Gordon. All right, Junior Street Legal final 1 and 2. Super Pro, we need you in 5 and 6. Super Pro 5 and 6. All right, this young lady has been drag racing for a couple of years. Good job, Marley Bree. She's sponsored by Aurora Chiropractic. 1460 dialed in to a 1468, 8/100ths of a second difference with Trevor Jasic. But it is over at the line as Marley Breeze with the red eye will get defeated. Trevor Jasic, let's take a look. 1468 top end. He goes through to 1462. He would have broke up, and look at that, broke out. Marley Breeze right on the number. Unfortunately, with the red light, she ran her 1460. Wow, what a drag race. And looks like it's going to be a buy run for our friend out of Kenora, Chad Novak, 1775. And he's got it on his license plate. He calls himself Hot Wheels. So Chad Novak, let's take a look. It's a single pass. We'll announce the reaction time. He's not racing anyone. 029, so he's on his game with the reaction time. 1775 is the number. Down the quarter mile. Chad is through 1778, 3/100ths of a second difference. That's a pretty good number. All right, looks like we're still waiting for one more for Super Pro, one more car. And this is the Junior Street Legal Final, and it's Mopar Final. Kaiden Farr out of Saskatoon, 1028 dialed in. How about that, a 1029 for Lucas Guym out of Viscero, Saskatchewan. 1/100th of a second difference, folks. You want to know what 1/100th of a second is? Watch the starting line. It's pretty well heads up racing. Well, top of the mile, today's winner. Congratulations out of Isidore, Saskatchewan. Lucas Guyman, 10:54 and a 10:29. Congratulations, young man. Kaiden Farr through at a 10:40 on a 10:28 through the 8th mile. So once again, today's winner in Junior Street Legal. Congratulations, Lucas Guyman. All right, testers, 1 and 2. Anybody wanting to test 1 and 2? All right, looks like Richard Skopik will be in the final. Looks like a single pass. Provincial Vodka Sewer Poland Dragster dialed in at 8:16. Joan and Richard want to make sure that number takes them to the win. And Richard on his game rack time. How about a 012 top end, 8:16, 8:22. Well, he may want to play with the number, maybe not, but either way, Richard Skopik, you guys are in the final. Points race number 1, 2026 season here at SIR. All right, so Richard Skopik out of Saskatoon will either meet Travis McBain. He is well out of Saskatoon. 9:55 on the Sunbeam Alpine. Or he's going to meet Kim Bernard out of Watson, Saskatchewan, 8:97. So right now we got to allow the cars to cool off. We're just about down to the final rounds here, folks. And top end, it is Richard Skopik versus Travis McBain. Double breakout, and Travis McBain takes to win that round. So testers, we need you in staging. You guys want to make a test pass, make her down. We are ready to go. First call for Sportsman, 5 and 6. Sportsman, 5 and 6.
Second call, Sportsman 5 and 6. Sportsman, second call, Sportsman 5 and 6. All right, I think he's doing some testing here. Sportsman, third call, 5 and 6. First call for Pro, staging lanes 3 and 4. Pro, first call, 3 and 4. Well, we are very close, folks. We're getting down to the semifinals. Then we will be final. Once again, thank you for coming and joining us here at SIR, number 1 points race here. The 2026 season car count was over 100 today. So we knew a few guys went down, but I'll tell you what, pretty good start of the season for everyone. All right, Maya Jacques taking another test pass. So Sportsman 5 and 6, Sportsman 5 and 6, Pro 3 and 4. We got Sportsman there. So Pro, we need you in 3 and 4. Let's go, Pro 3 and 4. All right, Chris Langdon out of Regina. He'd like to thank Mary, the 74 Duster dialed in, 1160. He'll have to wait as Glenn Wright with the electric truck. That's right, the Lightning, 1288. We'll get the head start. Well, side by side, top band. And it is Glenn Wright with the electric truck, 1287 on 1288. Yes, it's a double breakout. So Glenn Wright advances, and he will be needing Evan Stephenson. It looks like Evan on the side here. Looks like he's going to probably stage it and save it. Wise move, my friend. Well, congratulations, Don. You guys are in the final here in Sportsman again. Good job. First call for Street Legal 5 and 6. Street Legal 5 and 6. All right, racers, testing lanes are now closed. Testing lanes are now closed. Street Legal 5 and 6. Street Legal 5 and 6. Let's go. I think that's Sully making the pass with the truck. All right, the square body Chevy making his way down the track in the VP fuel lane. And square body Chevy through at 1379, 100 miles an hour. Pro, we need you in the staging lanes. Pro, we need you in the staging lanes. All right, we got Chad, Hot Wheels, Novak, dialed into 1775, Evan Stephenson, 1219. We've got a headhunt race, folks. What the heck is that, Mike? Well, that's where one car is a little bit faster than the other, and one guy's going to have to cover a lot of real estate. Little nerve ending at the track here at the starting line, right? But Evan did not red light. He did very well. Now he's got some ground to cover. And top end, it is Evan Stephenson. Good job, boy. All right, our next pair, Sherry Gordon or Trevor Jasick, which will be meeting Evan Stephenson in the final. Trevor Jasick with the red Trans Am and 1466 dialed in. Up against the 1474 dialed in of Sherry Gordon. Second call for Pro in the staging lanes.
All right, Pro, let's go. Pro, we need you in stage, and Pro, let's go.
Have a good weekend. What's left?
All right, Pro, we need you in stage, and let's go, Pro. Final call for Pro. All right, last of the semifinals. Then it is final after this. And yes, we got to let them cool off a little bit in between the rounds, right? But we are just about there, concluding our first race here. That's right, points race number 1 of our 2026 season here, celebrating 60 years of speed here at SIR. Well, it looks like Braden Haru will either be meeting Keith DeJarley out of Regina and Keith DeJarley, Dinah Crane, Deck Brothers, ABS Competition, Pearl Reaper Services, 11:58 dialed in. He'll get the head start as our friend out of Emerald Park, Ryan Appleby. 68 Charger, a 980 Precision Machine, BBJ 5-star, Bennett's Auto, ABS Competition. Thanks to Kendra, Kara, and Russ. So Braden Haru will be meeting one of our guys. And there is the classic launch of Ryan Appleby. Beautiful ride. And Braden Haru will be meeting Ryan Appleby in the final. Double breakout. And Appleby took the win. So Braden is going to take on Ryan Appleby for the final. Braden Haru out of Saskatchewan. Scott Glenn Yaremko and Dave and Mom, or Dad and Mom. There we go, Dave. Man, where did I get that from? Must be the drugs, right? Yeah, we're kind of having a lot of fun here, folks. I'm kind of still recovering from hip surgery, so we're not 100% yet. So 947 is the number. Braden wants to make sure it's going to take him in to the final. Well, Haru, how about a 944 on a 947? He definitely wants to add or take away from that number as he breaks out, but it will be Ryan Appleby meeting Braden Haru in the final.
Axel. These guys.
All right, all finalists to the stage and lanes, all finalists. Let's get the game done here today. All finalists to the staging lanes. All right, all finalists to the staging lanes. Let's go. Finalists, let's go. Put this one in the books. All right, once again, all racers, if you've been traveling from near and far, we do wish you safe travels. Look forward to meeting you at the next race. Actually, I won't be at the next race. I got to miss that one, but I wish everyone a good race here in a couple weeks, and then we'll see you again. All finalists to the staging lanes. All finalists to the staging lanes. All right, it is the Super Pro Final, making their way under the tower, doing their burnouts. Once again, all finalists to the staging lanes, all finalists to the staging lanes. Let's go. All right. Travis McBain out of the burnout box with the Sunbeam Alpine, Snooker Shack Napa, Renegade Fuels, TR Petroleum, Diesel Medics, Haga Mechanical, LB Signs, their sponsors. 952 for Travis. He's going to get the head start. Our friends the Scopic, Richard or Joan, they have an 821 on that Dragster. Provincial Vodka and Sewer Poland, their sponsors. All finalists to the staging lanes. All finalists to the staging lanes. And this is a tight race. Congratulations, Travis McBain. Wow, 9:55 and a 9:52 came down to reaction times. 012 for Travis, 065 for Scopic. Scopic broke out, ran at 8:17 on 8:21. Today's winner in Super Pro, congratulations, Travis McBain. You're our today's winner. All finals to the start, the staging lanes. All finals to the staging lanes. Let's go. All right, we got the electric truck out of Vanscoy, Glenn Wright. 1288. We'll get a bit of a head start as Evan Stephenson at 1219 on the Super Bowl. Clean start at the line. And congratulations, Glenn Wright out of Vanscoy, today's winner in Sportsman. All right, let's go, guys. All finalists to the staging lanes. Let's go. We got a couple done. We still got 3 more, I think, to go. 2 for sure.
So after we're done, we put the extinguishers are in that second container, and all these really big things just get hung up. Stuff. So everyone's coming back in 2 weeks.
Well, let's put our hands together. Evan Stephenson, runner-up here in Sportsman. Good try, Evan. And today's winner, Glenn Wright from Vanscoy, making his way back down the track on the return road with the electric vehicle. That's right. Started off with the gas-powered Challenger, had some issues, and Glenn says, we're going electric. Congratulations, Glenn. Good job. Switch hitting vehicles, eh? The old electric got you there, didn't it? Good job, buddy. All right, finalists, we need you in staging. Let's go. We only got a few more finals to wrap up, and then we are done. All right, one of the pro finalists. Let's go, guys. Let's finish this one up. Let's go. All finalists to the staging lanes. Let's go.
Fast and the Furious and this thing, man. And it wheelies so good. It is by far the most popular car out there.
All right, congratulations, Mr. McBain. First win of the season. Richard Skopik runner-up, but I'll tell you guys went the rounds. Congratulations, guys. Good job, Richard. All right, just a couple more pairs to run, and it is in the books. Thank you guys for coming out to SIR season opener. And once again, everyone traveling, safe travels near and far. We look forward to seeing you in a couple of weeks. I don't think I'll be here, but someone will be here. These guys have been racing here at SIR for a number of years. We've got a heavy hitting final here in Pro. Ryan Appleby with the Black Charger out of Emerald Park, Precision Machine, BBJ 5-star, Bennett's Auto, ABS Competition, 977 dialed in. And Ryan definitely wants to thank his family, Kendra, Kara, and Russ. So a 977, Appleby will get the bit of a head start as Haru, a 946 on the Cutlass 442. I'd like to thank Laser Autobody, RWH Motorsports, Triumph Construction, as well as Scott and Glenn Uremko, and of course, Mom and Dad. Well, clean start at the line, top end of the quarter mile. It is Braden Haru with the first win for him, a 949 and a 946. Ryan Appleby, 979 and a 977. Definitely came down to reaction times on that one. And I believe this is the final for Street Legal. And Trevor Jasek up against Evan Stephenson. Trevor with the red Trans Am out of Saskatoon, 1474. 12-14 the number on the Super Coupe. Evan Stephenson, yes, we remember that name. He was just in the semifinal or a final just a couple minutes ago. Yes, running a couple different classes here today. Dreaded red light, so red light, good night. Evan Stephenson, you're today's winner in Street Legal. Congratulations to all the winners and runners up. And we will see you at the next race. Well, I don't think I will, but Rod will, all right? Everyone have a good couple weeks off.